Hey guys, another day, more design. Picking up where we left off yesterday with Redlock. Oh, let's get the day started correctly, huh? I was thinking about this game last night. I'm pretty happy with how it's turning out. You know, like every game, I think there will be some design holes once we start to dig deeper. But I'm happy with the general direction. I can say that. And I've never been 100% happy with any game I've designed, so... Why start now? No, but it's turning out good. Today I'd like to finish up the levels and, you know, their hazards, mechanics, whatever. And then move on to like a quick one-pager, I think would be nice. Something to show the rest of the team that would condense all of this into something more readable. And then I would like to get this into some proper documentation of some sort, or just be able to post this, even this text document, somewhere, just so it's not on my work computer. Okay, we had finished up with level 3. I remember we had quite a bit of problem with what to repair and restore in this area. Yes. And I know too that I think we need to put 2 things into the failure to repair consequences. We had failing to repair level 6 geothermal power plants means the facility is using backup power and some areas are extremely dark. Or poorly lit, let's say. And then we have level... Let's actually just write failing to repair. Level... I think it was 4? Yeah, with the hallucinogenic gas reroute. It's not really failing to repair. Well, whatever. Failing to repair level 4. R&D. Hallucinogenic gas. You know what? Let's say reroute. Going to reroute level 4 R&D hallucinogenic gases means that the facility has patches of hallucinogenic gas in various places. I was trying to think of a better way to word that, but it's like, no, that's actually exactly what it does. You know, we could even do something for like the cryo containers too. I was thinking we should have like three failure to repair consequences, but we could do like 5 of them. I mean, it'll make the difficulty of that game mode very hard, I can say that. Failing to repair level 5 cryogenic storage. There are patches of ice. Well, that wouldn't really make sense because they burst in that room, so it's contained to that room. I mean, if anything, it would just mean that any places where the cryogenic liquid would be used now doesn't have it. Nah, this one doesn't work. One doesn't work. But I can say that I am not sure what to feel about the inconsistency with that, right? The other one was the solar shields. Failing to repair. Level 3 solar shields. Or I guess repair the solar shields from level 3. Means that when a solar flare hits the facility, the player could be caught in it and take more ablative damage. Those are the 3 we know for sure. I don't really think we can do anything for the cryo containers. I mean, maybe there is something that's just like too hot. And normally the cryo containers would cool it. Or like they help cool the, well, I guess what you could say is that maybe the cryo containers with the cryo liquid being routed through the facility, it can help cool the facility, and there are fewer random patches of heat haze. Basically, the air conditioning, or additional air conditioning, it could be done. I mean, that's pretty easy. High heat around the facility, causing heat haze. So that's not super detrimental, it's more just that there are going to be patches of where you can't see as well, right? Which I think should be pretty easy material to make. But we'll have to prototype that. Okay, and I think the last facility I want to repair is going to be in the second level, because at that point there isn't much gameplay left. And anything that you repair in here just is not going to have too much of a reason to be, let's say. And I think what we could repair here is, we talked about yesterday, but the oxygen generators should not be what you fix, but rather the air scrubbing. And maybe similarly to the cryo containers, fixing this prevents a lot of smoke that has risen to the top of the facility. It's very smoky at the top. Maybe that's what we could do. What could that look like? I don't even know what an air scrubbing facility would look like. We do have spinning platformers. We could just make like big fans. Like they're, I don't know. Like you have to restart like 3 big fans or something to help ventilate. Or like repair air scrubbers / ventilation. Platform around maze of broken vents. Yeah, platform around maze of broken vents to ventilate toxic smoke from level 2 hab area and parts of above, or parts of level 1. My only worry with that is that, oh, no. My thinking is you platform around the maze of broken vents to ventilate toxic smoke from level 2. And a failure to repair consequence of doing this with that setting turned on, of course, means that there are some toxic smoke areas in other parts of the game too. VR. Are you still a notepad? It's the best design tool. Okay, jokes aside, it's really fast to iterate in compared to like other tools. Are you not writing code for the game yet? If we don't know what to make, we can't make anything. Yeah, I could see this working. I could see this working. And plus, we already have the platforming and climbing mechanics anyway. So, honestly, the only thing we really need to do is jump in and just start making the first area. Though there are going to be some technical hurdles that we have to deal with too. I want to make sure that we plan those out. Going to repair the level 2 air scrubbers / ventilation. That there are patches of toxic smoke, some confined areas, especially on higher levels. I just don't know how I feel about having like, okay, there's heat haze because of this. There's also hallucinogenic gas because of this. And there's patches of toxic smoke. I guess if you're playing with this difficulty setting on you're more likely to repair some of the earlier stuff, and so your exposure to like the hallucinogenic gas and the toxic smoke probably is relatively confined. I suppose it depends on where we put it and how we build it. Might not be an issue. I do want this area to be more maze-like. You know, if you actually can't like go down into the habitat hydroponics area because of the smoke, then I think this would be cool to have like ventilation areas. With the hazard beneath you. Maze of broken and winding ventilation shafts. Toxic smoke filling corridors. And we'll say like the player's mask is a bit broken because of the initial fall that they take, so while the oxygen generators are working and the player can breathe in the facility, thankfully, the air scrubbers are not really working and you have those issues with the toxic fumes. Where's this game set in? An underground mining facility on exoplanet LHS 3844b. In the Indus constellation. Once smoke is cleared, if cleared, or we can just say if smoke is cleared, player can do light exploration of habitat and hydroponics area, collecting neurologs or neurotags if desired. Oh, for sure we have like toxic smoke. I don't know if we really listed that down in hazard. I know we had like toxic gases. I mean, we could always say that I don't know. This was just coming out after level 3, though. Level 3 is supposed to be quite difficult. I don't mind if this level is a bit more chill in terms of direct hazards. And we just focus kind of more heavily on interesting level design. interesting level design and its maze rather than direct hazards and threats. So we can do like some broken platforms. We could do some like the ventilation fans. Which are spinning. Hmm. It's a good start. And remember that between each of these sections, or probably most of them, there will be a bit of platforming in the main shaft itself, which is, of course, you know, like very high difficulty, and you really need to get correct. Otherwise, if you fall, you might end up back at, you know, if you fall between level 3 and level 2, you're going to end up back at level 6. You don't want that. You don't want that. Okay, no more facilities to repair from here. I think this area should be quite dangerous and difficult. Or this is like just main difficult upward climb in the central shaft. The final bit of the game. Main central shaft, climb up to main control. It's of barely held components and scaffolding. Dangerous. Fall with single misstep. Yeah. We could say there's a lot of like just broken scaffolding, barely functional movers. tiny pipes and stuff. Oh, wrong area. It's supposed to go down here. For hazards, I definitely want some smoke up here. There's gonna be a lot of solar radiation, of course. Which is a big one. We'll probably place some alcoves or something with restoratives. I don't think we need any, like, hallucinogenic gases. Surface materials, I don't know. Like, we could do some stuff. Like, maybe there are some cryogenic pipes that are burst up there. Making some platforms icy. We should probably just pull out all of the... You know, all the tricks here, right? Burst cryo pipes. Create patches of ice. And hallucinogenic gas vents blast you in the face. So we would also have like icy platforms, or just let's say ice, and hallucinogenic gases. Just throw everything at the player here. Fuck them. Level 2 is the calm before the storm. And if you can finally reach there, then you have your escape. That would be the game. Or at least the first plan for it. Let's make our one-pager. Let's make our one-pager. Not what I wanted to open up, but... I don't know. Just... habit, I suppose. That's what we wanted. Is this my new one-sheet template or the old one? Oh, I don't know. Let me double check. Yeah, this must be my new one. Although I'm still not sure. I know where I can check. Yeah, this is my new one, I think. Okay. Redlock. We have a working summary, although it is very long. And I would say just not as markety as it needs to be. It's more of a gameplay outline than a direct. We need to like combine the lore with the gameplay here. We need to combine these two into something that is about half the length. Well, let's just get some information in there first. Genre, 3D. Well, I guess we don't need 3D. Precision. Platformer. A bit of an adventure game too. Oh, I just don't know if that would really apply. Let's see what some other games say. New Warframe update available. Kind of miss Warframe. I played a shit ton of that game. Like 3,000 hours or something. Good game. Let's see if we can find something that's a bit more akin to what we're doing. Speed climbing. Oh, it's parkour though. Monument Valley's more puzzle. Metroidvanias. Unique character movement controllers. Ayo, Shrill Duck.
SHRILLDUCK41 rated my stream with 1 viewers.
That's the way it says your name. I kind of hate it. How's it going, man? I don't really like see. I don't. Maybe some demos? Maybe like, you know, some new stuff was coming out? Got a lot of Christmas themed stuff done for stream? Ooh. Looks like such an AI generated logo. I mean, I'll be honest, there's a lot of stuff that looks AI generated. And I don't know if I'm just being a little bit too stingy or there just is a lot of AI generated shit. I mean, it's so interesting to scroll this, right? Because what we see is that there aren't a lot of precision platformers that try to blend in narrative elements. I think it's smart for them to hyper focus, but at the same time, that's what creates the what am I trying to say? That's what creates like the competition. Your AI. I mean, if I just said, hey, we're going to make a parkour driven precision platformer, it's just like we're already competing with so many amazing parkour precision platformers. And there's some really cool looking games, don't get me wrong. A lot of like mega structure inspired games. But they're just kind of interesting worlds, and that's where that ends. And I think that is enough to sell to the niche. %100. Well, I guess maybe not necessarily, right? 3 user reviews. It's not like there's anything particularly wrong about this game, at least from what we can see visually. Yeah, there aren't many platformers that are story driven. I thought we could find more. Don't get me wrong, I think this is cool. There's a million reasons why I could only have 3 reviews after a few weeks. It could have just not had much of a presence online beforehand. They didn't do any marketing. It's self-published. So there is that. And people like it. It's just like they just didn't get it out to the right community, or maybe it's just this exact thing where it's like just a rage platformer and with some cool visuals just has already been done for the last 5 years roughly. That might put us in a really good place to say, okay, yes, we have these kinds of elements, but this is more narrative focused. We have that rich lore, that rich world that we've put a lot of care and love into crafting. And that's where you platform, and you have a reason for doing it. Metroid is one. Metroid is one. I was hoping we would find something that's like 3D. I mean, maybe I can try to narrow it down a bit. I mean, there's not even that many 3D precision platformers in the first place. That's crazy. It's the thing, and there's game devs that make their game in secret because they're scared people stealing their idea. This is true. Yeah, I mean, there's for sure probably some already in development that we just don't know yet. Tough platformer taking the role of honorable knight, attempting to complete their sacred trial. Like, that's at least something. Like, you know, this one here. It says 3 years old, though. What's really big now is just, like, multiplayer stuff, although we say that, but then, like, look at this. This came out a month ago, and it's only 24 positive reviews. Still positive reviews, don't get me wrong, that's a really good thing, but we can see that the, you know, the co-op aspect of these kinds of games is starting to be very oversaturated. And most 3D precision platformers are a bit closer to what you would see in traditional arcade platformers and not so much something that's a bit more story driven and immersive. This is just an only up clone. This is on a pogo stick. Some psychedelic trip with a grappling hook or something. It's a cool little like facility. This just came out actually. This is like 1 week old. These are different character movement controller games, which is not related to what we're making. Still though, good reviews on this. Hope they made their money. This is kind of story driven. It's got good reviews, a lot of reviews. Like surf, jump, climb, character movement controller stuff. Yeah, I know how you feel. It's just like, I'm just happy if anybody likes it. Roguelike mini golf deck builder. That is a combination. Catboy Zoom. Wow. No words. Lone Blade is a 3D platformer where you are a soul trapped in a sword. What, you play as a sword? Oh yeah. Difficulty comes from the character movement controller. A little bit awkward, but I wanted to avoid trying to make a game where you play as some like weird object. Generic tower climb. It's not even any user reviews. Oh, 7. It's just not enough to generate a score. Catch Me, a dynamic, not safe for work runner with parkour elements where sex scenes are built into the gameplay. Race ahead, leap over obstacles, and collect baskets. What? Chain combos and not safe for work scenes to score points and rise to the top of the leaderboards. Wow. My words are none. That brutal. Only up, girl. Girl up. Jesus Christ. Procedurally generated. GTA font. Ripoff. Handstand Hank. I mean, we're either making something that nobody has really made at this level before, or we're making something that nobody wants. And it could go either way, I think. Yeah, I'm just not seeing anything that really says, "Oh, this is like our game. This is exactly like it." Like, it doesn't have to be sci-fi, of course, but just something that is like, "Oh, this is a strong narrative backbone on top of why you're platforming." I think if you remove the fighty, if you remove the gunfights from like Uncharted, that's kind of our game. Or even like this chamber lore game. Although I don't really like, there's only one screenshot of the actual platforming. It's just this one. Except this is just them. This is just Unreal's motion matching controller. They just retargeted the. They just retargeted the motion matching to a different controller. Look, they even have the. It even says 1 meter here. Like they just copied and pasted the. Guys, this feels like I'm doing Kickstarter reviews again. If you don't know, let me pull it up. UE5 motion matching. It's literally this. Look, they even kept the 1 meters. Like, by the way, it's a really good character controller. It has its limits, of course. But they didn't even try to change the fact that it says 1 meter here. The reason why we didn't use this motion matching, by the way, is because it is extremely limited from like a climbing and platforming perspective. I've talked about it before, but it was really horrible the way that they implemented climbing and platforming with the motion matching, which is why I was like, okay, this looks great, but we can't even make a proper climbing or platforming game with this. Oh, this is just the control rig asset for Unreal. Yeah, this is just asset slop. It's like very similar in premise, but the execution is way different, let's say. Yeah, way different. And also, I would not have used the motion matching. It looks good, but it operates horribly. Art style. Using they just throw asset maps together to make a platform shooter. Yeah, they do the easy thing. I mean, and I think it's fine if this is like your first game or something. You know, I'm not trying to bash the use of like asset packs or whatnot. But just note, you know, you put it up on Steam, you ask money for it. Now I'm not viewing your game as a learning project. I'm viewing it as a, you know, from a customer's perspective. You're not saying, hey, how does this look for the first game that I'm making? We're not planning to, you know, charge any money for it or whatever. And, oh, we want $10 for this. Very different. I do not know what the target rating of or the target age group of people who play precision platformers. But it is more narratively driven. I think the 18 to 34 range, at least for a first guess, is probably the most accurate. Single player. It is third person. Jinxie, what's up? What about the horror games that use the same house asset? Yeah, they do that, don't they? I don't know, like I said, you know, if you're making a game or something for your first time, I don't care what you use, but you know. I don't think $5 is a crazy amount to charge, but at the same time, the competition for games just gets larger and larger. It really does. And if you are sitting in the bottom 80% of that, don't be surprised when you can't get out of that bottom 80%, unfortunately. It's just a kind of a sad reality of game development. The game was developed using limited AI-assisted tools during its creation process. Yeah, I can tell. And you have one Steam achievement called Indie Supporter. What do I just have to play the game to get that? What are we doing? What are we doing? You know what, let's just leave these blank because I need to write these up today. Selling points. We'll need to figure those out too. And we're going to figure those out before we write the summary because we want to put those in the summary, of course. So we need to determine first what our selling points are. Get the achievement just buying the game. I don't think that's even allowed. I'm pretty sure there's like Steamworks documentation on... Well, it might just be like best practices. Oh, you know what I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of Sony and Xbox certification. So when you're making a game for console, certification basically says that they don't want you to have achievements that are just like unlocked at the start of the game for no reason. And there shouldn't be any that are unlocked by like cheats or whatever. It's very specific when you're making a game for console. It's kind of annoying, to be honest. But I get it, you know, it makes sense. Okay, what are our selling points? Let's just list everything, and we can narrow down the good and the bad of these. I think the game being very speedrunner friendly is a selling point. I think the game being very story rich. And immersive is a good selling point. Doesn't have to be a unique selling point, but things that we would want to showcase in like screenshots, right? Like, oh, our game is very story rich and immersive. Let's showcase some screenshots that deliver that feeling. Or if the game is speedrunner friendly, let's put that in marketing materials or in the trailer, right? These are the things that we want the player to see all the time. They don't have to be unique. They just have to be selling points. I think the game modes and difficulty options provide a lot of customization and replayability. There's multiple endings. With a lot of collectible lore. I think DLC in Steam, some of them gives you DLC achievements for buying it. Oh, you mean like DLC unlocks additional DLC achievements? Or they are like auto unlocking those achievements? We kind of just like glance over the game modes, but I think that that is a really strong selling point that we'll want to emphasize very specifically. There are a lot of hazards in platform types. To mix up the gameplay. And I think visually compelling and high quality is also going to be a selling point. Oh, they're auto-locking and adding those achievements? Yeah, maybe... I know Steam for sure just does not have as much of a heavy curative process as Sony and Xbox. There's a lot of things you can get away with on Steam that Sony and Xbox would deny you for completely. which I kind of like Sony and Xbox doing to some extent, because it just means that they can avoid a lot of the slop. What are like the most important ones here? I mean, visually compelling and high quality is something that can be shown in screenshots, right? So this is just something we can deal with without words. One good trailer, one good screenshot, more than enough to show that, hey, this is our art style, this is what the game looks like. Hazards and platform types, I think, can also be shown in a trailer and don't necessarily need to be dictated in words. I think speedrunner friendly is a big one, just because I think that this niche is heavily catered to speedrunners and to people that like to optimize their gameplay in that way. Yeah, we can easily show some of this stuff, but we do need to write down a couple things. This is mainly for like handing to publishers, and they can just quickly scan it and say, okay, you're making story-rich precision platformer UE5 single player. Okay, I see. Sci-fi, going for like a teen rating, but targeting 18 to 34. Here's your selling points. Okay, I see what you're trying to make. That kind of thing. Yeah, game modes and game options and difficulty modes is a big one. Multiple endings is nice too. That's something that sets us apart from other games in this genre. And this one's nice to tack on just because it talks about the variety. But we need to boil it down to a very quick sentence. You know, like jump across or slide across icy containers in deep storage, and dodge falling magma, in the forge or something, something like that, which is just like, okay, we can get really easy visual cues of understanding where we're going to be platforming and what we're going to be platforming on. So it's not just like only up or something where it's just climb up, store assets that have been scaled and rotated to different angles. That worked when the genre was fresh, doesn't really work now. Mirror's Edge was a masterpiece when it came out, isn't it? It's a good game. There were some really good minimalist games at that time. Now people do like retro minimalist. But I think that is starting to be phased out of desirability as well. How can we word speedrunner friendly? How can we enable this speedrunner friendly? Do we want like an in-game timer? For sure we should just time the player's play time regardless, since that's just a good metric to use for different levels, right? And then it's easy enough to add that up and show that at the end of the game when you beat it. But most speedrunners are going to use their own software for determining that anyway. But we could still emphasize that we have that in-game timer. Maybe it does break down into time spent in different sections. Because again, if we're timing how long the player spends in level 3 anyway, then we can just show that separately and store all those time values separately. You know, we can show total time and then like a little expansion that, you know, widget that shows time spent in level 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we could talk about like speedrunner friendly with per level timers and lack of randomized events. Though there are gameplay options to randomize certain things if you want that, but by default they're off. So that way we are talking about how we're enabling and providing help to the speedrunning community. Is it proper to say our game is story driven? I think it kind of is. Though it might send the wrong... I think when you say like our game is a story driven platformer, I think that it sends many different mental images of what that game is looking like and playing like. Hey Gooder Games, what you doing? We are designing today. I'm gonna write up our one-pager. And right now I'm trying to figure out how to word our selling points. I'm stuck wondering if we should say story-driven or not. I mean, it is story-driven. But if I said, hey, we're making a story-driven precision platformer, I'm not sure people have something to compare that to. And so it might just cause more confusion than it relieves confusion. Which to me doesn't sound great for a selling point. To me, like a precision platformer with strong narrative backbone, or an immersive and story-rich precision platformer, is better sounding than it is a story-driven precision platformer. No, I appreciate that you kind of just came in and you don't know what we're doing. But I agree, it sounds like it's the focus of the game, but it, you know, and there might be cutscenes, I mean, but there aren't. At least not during the gameplay, you know, until you get to like the end of the game. Or at the start of the game, so... You know... I prefer like saying something like it has a strong narrative background or it's story rich and immersive. Which is a bit of a unique selling point for us. I could add cutscenes to checkpoints. We'll see. I mean, it's all up in the air right now, right? Because our game is existing on a notepad text document. Anything can happen. We could have an option to turn them off if they're there. I agree. If we do them, there would be an option to turn them off. That'd be good for like speedrunning. Skippable and an option to turn them off. Let's get grounded in story rich. We could mix. We could do like. It sounds a little bit cringe, but it is a selling point. You'd be surprised how well high fidelity visuals and rich lore do sell a game. Like, the people looking for this will like that it's here. The people that aren't looking or like don't care that it's there will just skip that selling point. Be like, okay, that's nice. So it's one of those things that doesn't hurt to add, but can appeal to the specific people that it's aimed to appeal to. Minimalist pixel game. Just have only black and white pixels. Are you joking? What would a minimalist pixel game look like? I guess you could say like a like geometry dash kind of, but it's not a like pixel art. Who the fuck knows? Game options and difficulty modes provide a lot of customization and replayability. Yeah, that's an important one. But I don't like how this is worded. We have 2 game modes designed right now, and for sure there are ones that I think we can make even better. So one called Dark Side, which is the mining facilities on the dark side of the planet instead of the light side. This is a real planet and it's tidally locked, meaning that you have the star and the planet, and as the planet revolves around its star, the rotation of the planet remains relative to its revolution, meaning that one side of the planet, it would be like looking up in the sky and the sun just stays there 24/7 in the same spot. But if you're on the other side of the planet, you will never see the sun. So it's a really cool phenomenon in I think even our moon is wait, is our moon tidally locked? Well, it's really cool. It means there's always a light side and a dark side. Is it? I thought our moon was. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, our moon is tidally locked. Which is pretty cool. That's why when you look up at the moon, you will see the same face of the moon, the same, like, let's say 50% of the moon every night that you can see it. So what was I saying? Okay, so yeah, the mining facility normally during the game is on the light side of the planet, but this will change it to the dark side, meaning that the facility is perpetually dark with very limited light, which means you don't have to deal with solar radiation anymore, but you will have a lot less light throughout the facility to deal with, especially in the main tube that you're platforming in, which I think is pretty nice and easy. You're a square fighting other squares, and all your environments are squares, and it's very high graphics with ray tracing and all that. Nice story-driven game. I could see somebody making that. Then there's the handyman game mode, which is scavenge, salvage, and repair your way to freedom, mine and find materials to repair facilities, fix doors and platforms, and build stations to progress further. It forces mining nodes to spawn that you can mine/collect. Forces the build your own stations difficulty option to be on. and forces the failure to repair consequences difficulty option to be on. I really like the failure to repair consequences. I think we could distill one game mode and one difficulty option, so I think that the dark side game mode is quite interesting and easy to understand. And same with the failure to repair consequences. Maybe with game modes, different game loops, or separate game modes that have nothing to do with each other. Both. So like, I think that the handyman game mode would absolutely change the gameplay loop. Dark side is more of just, now you have less light, you know, it's more of like, this is really easy for us to implement. Some people might like playing it or speedrunning that mode. It's a bit more spooky, atmospheric in that way, but it doesn't change the core game, you know, the core gameplay experience. And your goal in both of these is still to get from the bottom of the facility to the top of the facility, right? Customize runs with difficulty options like consequences for not repairing facility systems. Not systems. Like features. Like the power plant and the cryo storage. These aren't really systems to the facility. They're more like facility features, but I don't really like that word. Hold on, let's pull up a thesaurus. No. Feature was closer. I think systems is probably just the best word to use here. It's not the perfect, but it's a start. We're not marketing the game right now, and I'm certainly not going to pitch the game to publishers right now, so this doesn't need to be perfect yet. Customize runs with difficulty options like having consequences for not repairing facility systems. Yeah, but it'd be good if we defined what one of those consequences are. But then the selling point becomes pretty long. I would say this would be better to explain in a synopsis or in a separate section, right? So when you're like, you have your Steam page. Let's just use Coin Pusher as an example. I think we just have a separate section to explain specifically this feature. With like a GIF or something like you see here. Customize runs with difficulty options. Challenge yourself more. The challenge to add more challenge. With customizable difficulty options. or keep them off. No, we'll just say that. We'll just say that. Because we're already implying that you can do this, not that you have to do this. And I think that people clicking on a difficult precision platformer game already expect there to be that level of difficulty. And we're saying you can make it even more difficult if you find this default experience to not be enough. And separately, then we'll mention difficulty mode, or not difficulty modes, but game modes. Experience alternative game modes. Using the word dramatically is a bit questionable. The soundtrack from Octopath? Yes, it is. That's from the first game. Such good soundtracks. Even just fighting like like the lowest level slime. And Yasunori Nishiki, he's the composer, just busts out a banger. Fighting pirates. And you know, like in like Pokemon, hold on. You know, in like Pokemon, when you're going up and just, you know, you're fighting like the level 3 Rattata. Imagine hearing this with it. That's the kind of music you find in Octopath. Just everything is a banger. Doesn't matter what. There's no bad song. How you tie? I would be able to top that. Even like this silly music, like the Kate battles, right? Which is meant to be like a, you're fighting something silly. This is really good for you though, because it drops a lot of XP. These are the big fat kitties. And they escape really quickly in battle, so you want to like focus them, and they're very rare spawns. But even then, it's like, this is good too. Such a good game. I love the combat system in Octopath. I would argue it's some of the best JRPG combat. It's so strategic, has a super high skill ceiling. I don't like experience alternative game modes. It's just kind of like, eh. It does look pretty, yeah. It's a really good use. It's a really good showcase of Unreal Engine. Both games. And how you don't have to stick to like a realistic art style or something. And you can use the, you know, the lighting features of Unreal Engine to great effect. Even for, you know, 2.5D games like that. Dramatically change your experience with alternative game modes. This is another one where it's like, okay, we can say this, but we should also explain this in like a bit more writing, or show this in the trailer, right? We would say like, you know, alternative game modes, and we show a little bit, like 10 seconds of gameplay or 5 seconds of gameplay of the dark side, and one of like Handyman, stuff like that. This is a repeat we set up here, the rich lore. Multiple endings. That are shaped by your decisions in the facility. It's a little bit, maybe this is a bit cheesy. I might end up removing this. We do have multiple endings, but they're tied to, you know, like optional objectives, so it's not, you know, it's not like this is something complex or crazy. It's just, did you repair all of the system facilities or not? Did you collect all of the neurotags from the fallen individuals or not? Did you do both of those things or not? And it's completely optional. If you just want to like escape and get to the top, go for it. If you want to then replay it and go for a different ending, go for it. The game is not going to be significantly long. You know, we're looking at maybe 6 to 8 hours total of gameplay here. So this is true. But I don't want to get people's hopes up thinking that there's going to be like this is some choice-driven adventure game or whatever. So maybe it's just better not to say that at all. Also, I think it's fun if you don't say that and you let people discover that there are multiple endings. But as this is mainly going to be for the one-pager meant for publishers, we can just leave that there for now. Publishers don't give a fuck about spoilers. you can be on a publisher meeting and they'll just be like, yeah, so how's your game end? You know, what's the end look like? I don't know how I feel about this one. Doesn't it kind of go without saying that, hey, we're making a platforming game and there are different types of platforms? What a novel concept, wow. Such a selling point. We have the things that people expect in a 3D precision platformer. Here's your Game of the Year award. You know what's funny? Okay, so different platform types and hazards. You don't actually find too much of them in precision platformers. Like a lot of the time you could just break down a precision platformer to differently shaped and rotated rectangles that don't do anything special. Sometimes there might be a bouncy pad, maybe. You know, let's not get too crazy. But I think our game is closer to like old school platformers than a 3D precision platformer. Though I would say that old school platforming games like on, you know, like Mario and such were precision platformers. They were very difficult. And Metroid, I don't know, to some extent, you had like Castlevania, which was not a precision platformer, but it was a platformer. It is a precision platformer, though. Just not one to the extent of... You know, the difficulty of Only Up came from, in my opinion, two main things. Number one, it was really annoying to control the character. That's not a good thing, in my opinion. And number two, in that there were very few fail safes if you fell. The further up, the more risky it became, and that's a good thing. That creates really good tension in the player and adds to, you know, the challenge of going up and up and up, and the further up you are, the more successful you've been, but also, you know, you're going to fall a long way if you do fall. I think our game is a bit more casual than that, where you have the main tube that you can fall in, but you also have, let me pull up my beautiful image I drew yesterday. Like, this is the main tube of the facility, right? And these are the sections. So you do have to climb through the main tube to get to the top, but you also have these closed off sections where if you fall in one of these, you just end up back at the bottom of that section. So it is much more friendly than only up in that way, unless of course you fall in the main tube. I think what's more interesting in our game than different platform types and hazards is that the platforms and hazards are driven by the environment that you're in, not by, you know, just like random developer hope. You know, you're not going to find a cryogenic spill outside of cryogenic outside of like cryo storage or something, or you're not going to find it to the same extent that this is basically, this entire level is the floor is lava, except the floor is actually cryo. You'll freeze to death. So do we specifically need this stated? I don't think so. Especially for publishers, the better way to show this is just through like a good pitch deck. And actually even better, just here's 30 seconds of gameplay. Here's our trailer. So no, fuck that. Leave that out there. Okay, these are short. Let's reorder them. This is surprisingly more important than it sounds. More challenge. High fidelity visuals with strong narrative backbone and rich lore. Add more challenge to your runs with customizable difficulty options. Dramatically change your experience with alternative game modes. Multiple endings that are shaped by your decisions in the facility. Speedrunner friendly with per level timers and lack of randomized events. That's a good start. That's a good start. We will, of course, after like pre-production, come back and trim this up and rewrite anything that needs it. And if we do end up pitching to a publisher, not decided yet, we would then, of course, do another round going over everything, especially once we start making like a pitch deck or something. But these are short and sweet. Is speedrunner not a single word in the gaming community? It is a single word in the gaming community. Okay. Yeah, we do want to do early access. Worry about this stuff later. Let's write the summary. We need to mix these two things into a more marketing friendly bit shorter paragraph, like 3 to 4 sentences. Now, I think that the gameplay synopsis has a pretty decent opener. After a mining tremor leaves you nearly dead and destroys much of the colony, you must platform your way to the surface. That can be improved. It's not really a mining tremor, but it's the best way to understand it, I think, from a layman's perspective. After a mining tremor leaves you nearly dead, just platform your way to the surface of a... We need to mention sci-fi... I think instead of tremor, we could just say accident. Some people will read, you know, that first, like, tagline on Steam before they look at the tags. So we do need to mention that this is a platformer in the first sentence. After a mining accident... Mining accident leaves you stranded. Only 3... I don't want to mention numbers. Or 3 kilometers. Might be confusing for people that use the imperial system. And then if I use miles, it'll be confusing for people that use metric system. Bottom of... I kind of want to say like mining facility, but then we'd be using the word mining twice in the same sentence. I don't like that either. You could just say an accident. Accidentally stranded at the bottom of a mining facility. On the rocky... I don't want to say LHS 3844B. It does have like a nickname. Or it was formerly named... Oh, formerly named Kuakua. I wonder how it got named that. We could use that. I think that sounds cooler than just LHS 3844P. It's a little bit, you know, snooze fest, but... Just name the planet Come. Yeah, is that what you want?
I'm gonna come.
Oh! Do it. It's actually kind of cool. They have some of like the explanation of the name here. Let's see if we can find it. Oh. Oh. Oh, so even the name of the star, like Batsu, in the Bribri language. Hold on, can I see this bigger? I want to see it. I want to see it big. We're big. Yeah, I need this. How do I get it? Aha! Gotcha. This is our planet and star. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, by the way. Batsu means hummingbird in the Bribri language. Batsu are the messengers of the creator Sibo, culture hero and creator of Earth and humanity. Oh, that's pretty cool. Kuku means butterfly in the Bribri language. Traditionally symbolized as the women of the land. Ayo. Appearance of some species of Kuakua is an indirect sign of the coming of the rainy season in the region. Country, Costa Rica. We could find some ways to fit that into the lore. It means butterfly. Can we, like, we hear that? I don't know if I can do Google Translate to Bribri. Breton? From Elder Scrolls? I bet I could find somebody that speaks it and just have them record it for me. So I want to make sure that we get that right. This is nice though. I'm going to save this. That's really nice. It's really good. I wonder if it was discovered by a Costa Rican team. Oh. Herpes. Red dwarf. Pretty cool. There's even star coordinates. How the hell do they... How does this work? 22 hours, 41 minutes, 59.09 seconds? Like... From what? Star to the left, 2 to the right. Yeah, like, what does this mean? Minus 16 AO days, 10 minutes, 19.59. I don't know what the fuck that means. I'm pretty sure they just made that up. Based on distance to what? Maybe the star. It's technically an exoplanet, right? I don't really know what defines an exoplanet from a planet. Fuck knows, yeah, right? Maybe it's just like a planet that is not part of our solar system. Maybe just something as simple as that. Orbits another star outside ours. Yeah, it's exactly that. An accident leaves you stranded at the bottom of a mining facility on the harsh, rocky planet of Kuakua. I don't think that sounds bad. We know that we're on a mining facility. We're in a different planet. We're stranded at the bottom of that facility because of an accident. A lot of information conveyed in one single sentence that I think is relatively easy to understand. Bottom pitch. Where do we go from there, though? Like, I could say, oh, you know, roughly, or like, let's say just like roughly 2 kilometers of dangerous platforming separates you know, is this, it's between death and survival or something, but I don't know, meh. We could just jump straight to the gameplay. Jump and climb your way up broken scaffolding. I'm just thinking. I want to use this sentence to describe the core gameplay, which is the platforming, of course, and illustrate like 2 to 3 different platforming types or things that are interesting from that. We could say like structurally unsound. I don't know if structurally unsound is the correct term. I know there's structurally sound. And I would imagine that we need a hyphen compromised. I like that it's shorter. In my mind, it sends Do you mean structurally compromised or just replace structurally unsound with compromised? Because if it's the latter, I don't like that because compromised can have multiple meanings in this case. But if it's structurally compromised, my only preference in that case for structurally unsound is that usually I think more people are familiar with the term structurally sound, and so this is a bit easier to understand than structurally compromised, which is also longer. But honestly, the difference is negligible. I think I'm just being nitpicky at this point. Just nitpicking. Structurally unsafe. Ooh, I do like unsafe. Because it implies danger. Or just even replace structurally unsound with unsafe. Or crumbling, or something that implies danger. And I think structurally unsound is a little bit too... It's a little bit too formal for what we're essentially just saying is dangerous. We could just say unstable or something, or unsound, yeah, and just, let's try unstable. Jump and climb your way up, unstable. Or unsafe. Let's try putting unsafe in here too, or the word dangerous. Jump and climb your way up, unstable scaffolding and exposed pipes. Doing your best to keep your footing on dangerous platforms exposed to the second half of the sentence needs work. It really needs work. It's getting a bit too run-on. You know, I feel like we're trying to say two things in one sentence, and it might even just be better to say two things in two sentences. Brock could do a good job. I'd like to try and get better at writing this stuff without it. It would do a good job, though. You are right. Like, it really would. Sometimes rubber ducking my way through a summary like this does help me run through the entire game's premise in my mind and think about what's really important to talk about. But yeah, Grok would do a good job. I don't know. We're trying it today without Grok. Getting better at writing required reading a lot, so if you're not doing that, it will take a while. I wish I was good at writing. I do read a lot, but I don't know. I think I just get writer's block due to thinking that what I'm writing is not good and having no way to judge my own writing. It really sucks. I think it'd be better just literally just writing a page and just ignoring it until the chapter's done, and then coming back and doing an editing pass of the chapter itself. But I'll write a paragraph and then do that editing process right there. And I think that's really I think that's what I should stop doing. Writing lore for more than 15 years, got better at it, but still feel unsafe. Well, do you mean unsafe or unstable or structurally unsound? No, but I get you. All of them. I like this half. Like, jump and climb your way up unstable scaffolding and dangerous exposed piping or something. Although I don't really like the word piping. It's not the worst though. But it's like I want to then say, okay, but this is standard, right? Some scaffolding and piping, like, okay, great. It's a platformer. Then I'd like to talk about some of the unique mechanics we have. And it's like I like, you know, keep your footing on platforms exposed to cryogenic liquid. I'd also like to mention like something like hallucinogenic gases, which I think are pretty cool. But that seems like a lot to add to an already normally sized sentence. Jump and climb your way up unstable scaffolding and dangerous exposed piping. Keep your footing on platforms exposed to cryogenic liquid, and avoid patches of hallucinogenic gases escaping from the R&D lab. You're doing some refactoring? Oh boy. I have a love-hate relationship with refactoring. Oh, I didn't tell you guys either, but we fixed our... Speaking of refactoring, we fixed our immersive sim material that would draw the corners. We have that working. So we have a single invisible mesh that matches the bounds of the, or the extents of the primary pickup mesh, and we have properly scaling corner material for that now. Then you need a really good framework before I want to start making the things I want. If framework isn't built to allow what I want to make, then it'll be a nightmare. I feel you there. This is exactly what we do with immersive sim, and I think I'm being a little bit harsh to the coding standards for it, but at the same time it's like, no, we need to make sure that this is really, really clean, because we don't want to have to build in this dirtiness at the foundational level. It'll just perpetuate the issues from there. So I'm being very specific about like, okay, this function, these variables need to be named exactly this. We need to put it not on the child BP, but on the component. It all needs to be centralized in a proper place with dispatchers, with delegates, everything there. We're going to accept the higher memory overhead to have a really solid foundation that we can just quickly churn out content for. It's a lot of work now. It'll pay off in the future. I do like, okay, so I do like this. Like, aim straight for the surface in a desperate attempt to survive, or try to restore critical systems on your journey upwards, securing the site's safety as best you can. I don't think that needs to be two separate sentences. Like, it can just be one, but I think that that is a really strong sentence. That says, hey, you can play this normally, or we have these optional objectives. This is pretty good. I don't know how long this feels. That's pretty good length. That's pretty perfect length for a summary. Do you need clean code, especially if you pass the prototype phase? Otherwise, you'll just set yourself up for pretty harsh failure. Yeah, you'll just code yourself into a corner. Like, you may be able to piece together 2 to 3 systems, or maybe even a 4th one. But I think people underestimate how much work it is to go from prototype to vertical, and how much it takes to go from vertical to release. And then, of course, you will have bugs. You will need to expand or build on something, or God, thankfully, if you ever release the game, people like it, they'll want things changed or added. And if you have built yourself into such a corner that you can't get out of that, even a minor change is going to take you, weeks. I've been there, and it sucks. And players don't understand it. They're like, okay, this doesn't sound like it should be hard to do. And it's like, well, yeah, it wouldn't be with a better code base. Yeah, tech debt's always there. I agree. Just how much tech debt are you making? And when will you have to pay it back? But, theoretically, think of a game like Star Citizen, right? Which is a game that just is constantly expanding, never finishing, or even like a game like Warframe, right? Which, Warframe early beta was just like so simple, but it's a game that has expanded beyond its own comprehension of what it could have been. And that's done because they have a good code base, because they can just say, okay, we're going to do this now. And they have a really solid code base where they can just expand upon it and throw in, like with Warframe, it was just like it was a randomly generated level that you go in, you shoot some stuff, and you come out, and that's the gameplay loop. And now they're like, oh, let's add in an open world with fishing and a civilization that you can walk around in and have upgrades and stuff. And they did that just because they had such a strong framework of a code base. And a lot of people don't appreciate stuff like that. Or like Path of Exile is another good example, where it's like really simple concept, but they can just quickly churn out new leagues because they have a really good foundation. Players don't care, but devs should. If you want more content done faster, you need that sound framework. Agree. Yeah. Very much agree. Do we want to add, it's a little bit silly sounding, but do we want to add this, just remember the higher you are, the harder you fall? A little bit. It's a little bit cheesy. But it's a better way to end it than just, yeah, secure the site safety as best you can. Ending. Hmm. Let me go to the bathroom. Clear the mind, come back. We'll see how it sounds. I'll read it out, and then we can do the gameplay outline if it sounds good. We got our Christmas tree last night. Looks pretty nice. A lot of people here don't do real Christmas trees, but I have forced my wife to do real Christmas trees. I will never accept a fake Christmas tree in my fucking home. I don't even care if the Christmas tree looks like shit. Better than no Christmas tree. That's right, I was supposed to read this to you guys. Oh, let me eat this one almond. I do it for the magnesium and the vitamin E. Pretty nice. Counter-Strike rewrote their game and released it as CS2. One of the stated reasons was to make codebase better so they can add new features. I recommend that too, like especially if you're new to development or you're working on a game that is kind of like out of your comfort zone or wheelhouse. Prototype as fast as you can. And don't be afraid to just rewrite everything from scratch. Because you'll just write it much better. You'll know exactly what you want to do. It'll be way faster than the first time you had to do it. What up, Yili? Okay, here's the summary. You guys can tell me how this sounds. Especially if you're like a fan of these types of games. You know, would you hear this and be enticed to check out the product further? An accident leaves you stranded at the bottom of a mining facility on the harsh, rocky exoplanet of Kuakua. Jump and climb your way up unstable scaffolding and dangerous exposed piping. Keep your footing on platforms exposed to cryogenic liquid, and avoid patches of hallucinogenic gases escaping from the R&D lab. Aim straight for the surface in a desperate attempt to survive, or try to restore critical systems on your journey upwards, securing the site's safety as best you can. Just remember, the higher you are, the harder you fall. Doesn't have to be perfect now, but I want it to be pretty damn decent. Because we'll come back and we'll rewrite it again anyway at the end of pre-production. Who's the target audience of the document? Good question. Primarily publishers. And other team members that we bring on, like, hey, before you read the GDD, just read this and you'll get a basic understanding of what we're trying to make. But I really only give these out to publishers. However, very similarly to what you would find up here in the summary, would also be on like a Steam page, right? In this little section. See if we can find a good example. Like Wandering Village here. Okay, gameplay outline. This is a little bit more, what's the word to say, dry. The gameplay outline should really just be like the core loop of the gameplay distilled into sentences that are not meant for marketing or for selling. Just, this is what you do, this is why you're doing it, this is what the game looks like, this is how it ends, this is replayability. That's it. And that's just because, you know, summary's meant for selling, so it might not focus on certain elements, or it might be trying to hype it up. Gameplay outline is different, and this is just gonna be aimed at providing stronger narrative backbone, platform your way up the facilities, levels, optionally choosing to repair certain systems along the way. Falling may lead to a loss of progress. Gameplay options like checkpoints can enable players to get back to roughly where they were. Different game modes, like setting the facility on the dark side of the planet. Enhance replayability. Redlock features multiple endings, shaped by the optional objectives that the player completes throughout gameplay. So what kind of stuff publishers expect in Medium? Like I said, they care about gameplay outline more to fit their portfolio. They like to be sold just as much as a player. I'll say that. So you want a strong opening that grabs them and engages them. So well, I think they'll care more about the gameplay outline if the summary entices them. So it's not to say that this doesn't matter to them. This matters probably more importantly than the gameplay outline. Because if they're not sold on your concept within, 10 to 15 seconds, then it'll be harder to rope them from there. But the best thing to do is honestly just to skip this. I only give this to publishers at the end of our meeting. The first thing I do is I say, okay, I'm not gonna, I have like a big binder with my pitch deck and all the documentation there. I don't even open that. I pull out the tablet, I press play on the trailer, and that's what I open with. It's just way more engaging, and I can instantly prove, yeah, fuck the paper, I have the gameplay. This is 100% gameplay what you're seeing right now. It may not be perfect, it may not be polished, they don't expect that, of course. But this is real. This is tangible. This is good for passing around to other teammates though, right? Instead of like the notes that they take, they can just read this and, hey, I just, was out of pitch with this game. Take a look at this. Yeah, I used to give out, I tried it once or twice, but once I realized that was the wrong move, I stopped doing that. Now I only give these out at the end. And even then, depends on the person. You have to feel it out. I don't have like a script when I go in to pitch a game. I actually just don't prepare anything apart from my documentation and the trailer. And I just kind of feel out the person. If there's somebody who sits there with like their notepad and they don't even open it yet, this is a person that wants to see the gameplay first. If they open up the notepad and start writing, then I start giving them the fact sheet of like, this is our game, this is what it's called, this is the target. Some might just say, okay, tell me about your game. And then 10 seconds later, they'll be like, okay, I understand. How much are you looking for? And, it's like you skip all the lore bullshit and the gameplay, and it's just now we talk about budget stuff. It's completely different depending on who you talk to. Which is kind of why it's fun for me. It's just like game design. It's like you never know what to expect. Every day's different. I get an erection from that. Redlock is a precision platform aimed at providing a stronger narrative backbone. Let's just say strong narrative backbone. Rich lore. Platform your way up the facility's levels. Optionally choosing to repair certain systems along the way. Falling may lead to a loss of progress, but gameplay options like checkpoints can enable players to get back to roughly where they were. Different game modes like setting the facility on the dark side of the planet enhance replayability. Redlock features multiple endings, shape of the optional objectives that the player completes throughout the gameplay. Are you still on line 24? Well, it's because I jump between. Like, this is just... These are my notes. These are not the game's documentation. This is what I then translate into proper documentation. So this is really unorganized and kind of all over the place, but I know how to read it. Then I translate it to something more legible, like you would find... where's a good example? Like here. A lot of publishers can care about the lore. Investors give zero fucks about the lore. In fact, they really just kind of want to know how much you're looking for and what you're going to spend it on. Made that mistake the hard way. The guy was very nice that I was talking to, but I gave him the pitch in the same way that I gave the publishers the pitch. And he was like, I want to provide some feedback. Because I imagine that this is one of your first times doing this. I'm like, it is my first time doing this to an investor. Like, next time, skip the lore. I really just am here about the numbers. No offense. I'm like, thank you for telling me that. I apologize. Let's talk about the numbers. So you need like you need very different materials for both sides of things. It was a learning experience, but a good one. But lore does matter. Lore is very important. Lore sells very strongly to players, and it also shows to publishers that you care about. You have something more to show than just gameplay, because if the players do enjoy and spend more money on games with kind of this rich lore or background info, then publishers care about that too, because that's what they can make. It's a marketing tool. You can create like story trailers, right? You can create things that are not just gameplay trailers, but also meant for hyping, you know, making like an animation for, you know, 10,000, 20,000 bucks, and release that at like the Game Awards or at some other awards show. It's very visually appealing, you know, is another one, because then they can post stuff on social media. I mean, baddies in this game? No enemies. Just platforming. Just because a game isn't meant for you does not mean that a game is bad. Are you leaving the gooner audience? Oh, you mean like hot women? Like, okay, wait, do you want to goon to monsters or hot people? Or hot monsters? What gets you hard? Everybody in chat, just type your fetish. Yeah, let's just all get our fetishes out in the air. Well, it's a mining game, so I love miners. Wait! Was that with an E or an O? FBI! Each with their own hazards and mechanics. Till you reach the escape at the top. This does not have to be like super amazingly written. In fact, it should just be kind of dry and easily readable. Judy and Lizzie from Cyberpunk. I had Chico Physics. I don't know if this is really a game meant for gooning. We'll see though. I don't know. Anything can happen. This is the theme song from our other game. The game that failed to get funding. But I still like the theme song. It just makes me feel bad every time I hear it, because it's like, oh, fuck. What are you gonna do? Have you seen Marvel? I have seen Marvel Rivals, yeah. I don't think I can make Marvel Rivals, though. I can't even draw art. You want me to add hot ladies? Good luck. What's inspired us to make this? I'll say Star Citizen was actually an inspiration. Like a visual inspiration, though. You know, when people look at our page, or if we want to show off, like, hey, what is your game kind of like a mix of? Or we could say, you know, it's like grounded, grounded sci-fi like you would find in like Starfield or Star Citizen, right? Believable science fiction as opposed to just out there. Brr, what up, man? Usually you should put like release dates, but you know. Will Star Citizen ever have a release date? Yeah, but like if let's say you're playing a male character, you wouldn't have like female characters because everybody else is dead. So I don't even think you'd see boobs in this game. Or if they did, they'd just be dead boobs. Unless we make the main character female, but I don't know. We could just let the player choose male or female. I don't see a problem with doing that either. Just record some different grunts. That's pretty much all we have to do. Bet on Brutal was one. We also have Only Up, of course. Has been removed from Steam. How's designing? It's going okay. What the I just bumped a button on my key. Oh. I pressed F10 and things showed up. I don't know what that means. B. B for bunghole. You know, the funny thing is Only Up isn't even a competing product because it's not for sale anymore. I don't even know what our competing products would be. That's why I kind of don't like putting this here. You know, when I was working on Train Life, we had a very obvious competing title, which would be, you know, Train Sim World, right? Well, I don't even know if the Egg game is a competing product. It's the same genre, but that doesn't mean that it's competing. I mean, our game is like, you know, rich story and lore and stuff. And it's sci-fi. But I understand why you would say it. I've always had trouble figuring out, like I said, when I was working on the Train Life, which was like more casual train sim world and closer in relation to Euro Truck Sim, you know, we had obvious competing products. I just don't think this has very obvious competing products. To reach the top of the female at the top to repopulate. I'll make a Gooner game mode, okay? Where you play as a girl with jiggle physics, and your goal is to get to the top and repopulate the world, alright? Just for you. I'll release it on, like, I don't know, some April Fools or something, just as a funny joke. It'd be easy to do, and it would be marketable. It'd be silly. Fuck the competing products. I never liked that category anyway. I think it's relevant when you actually have competing products. You know, Cauldron Chronicles, our competing products were just other open world games. There was nothing really similar to what we were trying to achieve with that. Only Up isn't even on the market anymore, and it's old, so it doesn't really compete because it isn't actively selling copies anymore. Bet and Brutal is old. I mean, right now we just don't really have anything that competes with it, which is a good thing. or a bad thing. Because if nobody is making it, that could mean that nobody wants it. That is the danger. Hit and Brutal was 2023. Only Up was also 2023. We don't really have... Egging On, I do not think that is a competing product at all. That'd be like making a first-person shooter and saying that your competition is Call of Duty just because it's also a first-person shooter. But I don't think it would be true. Like 50 to 100K. It's pretty good. Be happy if we sold that much. Glad you're taking on a bigger project. Me too. It's good to be back. Making high-scoped products. I don't know, we were kind of bouncing around there for a while, right? Trying to figure out something, but... this to me has a really strong narrative and story backbone that I really enjoy. It feels unique in that way. It's going to provide a lot of technical challenges for us to overcome. A lot of technical challenges. But I feel confident about the gameplay. Let's aim for 10 to 15 USD. At least for the initial release. I think that would be fair for what it offers. Can't estimate team size yet. We'll need to get some initial estimations for what the game needs. Even for stylized game, realistic. We're aiming for realistic, but not. It is aiming for realistic. Well, Star Citizen is inspiration, but not competition, you know? Does repairing things offer perks and downsides? Like, for example, generators turn certain wires that would otherwise be safe into live wires. So, yes, but not by default. So there's a game mode, or actually there's a gameplay option called failure to repair consequences. Default off, but you can turn this on. And failing to repair certain facilities slash systems has consequences on other parts of the game. So for example, failing to repair the level 6 geothermic power plants means that the facilities using backup power in some areas are extremely dark or poorly lit. What percent of physics will be proprietary? How much would be off-the-shelf libraries? What do you mean? You mean succeeding? Well, succeeding would mean that you would light up the rest of the facility. Amankira. So by succeeding in doing this, you would light up the facility. Like just invert the consequences here, and that's what would be the success of doing the things. Say a wire we might use to drag yourself around in microgravity could become a live wire. It won't be like that. This is a precision platformer that we want to make very... What's a good word for it? It needs to be a bit more static by default. Gravity I'm not against, but gravity might not play well with platforming. Gravity's a cool mechanic, but it doesn't really fit for a platformer. Because we have this mantling, this climbing, and the animations with that might mess up if you are floating around or, you know, you have gravity that's like aimed at the wall. I just don't see a reason to have less gravity. Who's gonna write dialogues? I don't know. Somebody. Yeah, it's just like the physics. Like, we could do it. It's just it would, I think, be better fit for a different game. Our gravity is going to be about 1.29 G. Because that's the accurate gravity of the planet Kuakua. If we can nail down the mechanics of this, I don't see why we can't just make another level, right? If we really do get the financial support from sales of this game, level 2. And it's just a different story, but, you know, with the same kind of core mechanics. And then we can build some unique stuff on top of that too. But it, you know, this is the first level, this is kind of the core of it. And we can explore other options if we get the support for it. But I'd like to aim for something that we can complete in, you know, a shorter amount of time than like a 3-year dev cycle. Something that wouldn't cost us more than, you know, like $25,000 to get out onto the market. Ideally. You just want a goon VR, huh? Is that what you want? You guys and your gooning. For aesthetics. For gooning aesthetics. That's what you mean. Well, you're not in space. You're on a planet. Or do you just mean for that theoretical second level? Yeah, you are on the very real planet of LHS 3844b. This planet. Well, we can't name the planet anything because it's a real planet. Name it Dylan. Twitch guy posted a game Stars and Empire's Colony Defense. He was working on it for a year plus. I mean, I know some people that are working on their indie games for like over 10 years. I wouldn't recommend that though, personally. By the time you get it out, you have to recoup 10 years worth of salary in order for it to be considered financially successful. And I've seen a lot of developers get upset that their indie game that you know might have been unique and popular because they were trend chasing 10 years ago. They released it 10 years too late, and like, great, you're really passionate about it, but you know the market's coming on for that. That's why I wouldn't trend chase. Don't trend chase. But yeah, this is a very real planet. We are matching its physical characteristics, its atmosphere characteristics, the, you know, the red dwarf that really does exist is there. You have a project that's a COVID mania pile of jank. If I tell you what it is, we'll get. What do you mean? Like it's just like a game that was made during COVID to try and capitalize on maybe like some of the trends that were popular at that point, but it hasn't been finished yet. Did I guess correctly? That's a game you're not saying. Okay. The games I'm talking about, I saw a lot of those too. COVID was a great time to get funding, though. I can say that. It was really easy to get money during COVID, and pretty much impossible to get it after COVID. Okay, I'm happy with that. I am happy. That's a really good start, and I can share that with the team members today. See what they think. The difference between roommates you meet in Craigslist that are tolerable when you're out of the house 10 hours a day and Craigslist roommates that are tolerable in person 24/7. Yeah, I fucking hate working from home. You know, the only thing that gets me through working from this office is that I stream. And so it kind of feels like I am in an office. I hate working from home. I don't know how people can do it. Like, you're just a prisoner, and everybody who I see who does it ends up going crazy at some point and complaining that they don't get outside and they don't socialize. It's like, yeah, what did you expect? Maybe for some people it works. Only Childered is the one who's the least chill on paper. I don't know, it's like I really like working in a good office with people. Throw them in there for now. That is pretty wild. Where is my knowledge base? Where? Platform documentation. Make design. I broke it up here by doing the one sheet. Oh, I do like the production plan format we used here. We will need that. Not yet, though. Not yet. I don't know if we need an explicit gameplay loop for Redlock. I think a diagram speaks a lot better. How much do you pay to JetBrains? I do not pay anything to JetBrains. the beautiful thing about U-Track is that it is completely free for teams of up to 10 people, and it's the fully featured U-Track for free as well. They do not gate any features behind payment. Really, really, really good. I would like to make pillars for our game. I don't know what the pillars would be for our game for Redlock. Yeah, you know what? I do want to come up with pillars today. I want to figure out exactly what is really core to what we're trying to make. Why are we making this? What are the things we absolutely do not want to sacrifice that are core to our vision? I don't want to skip that. Certainly not before we start to prototype. Small adjustment to our calendar too. I gotta do like 2 things. Tomorrow, I think at like 2 a.m. the Game Awards are starting. I don't know how long they are, but probably like 2 to 3 hours. So for me, when I wake up, the Game Awards will have finished for like 4 hours. So we will do a full Game Awards review on stream. I think it's 2 a.m. You know, let me double check. Double check. Game Awards 2025. Yeah, 12:30 a.m. GMT. I am +2, I think. So it's like, it's either 1:30 or 2, whichever it is. It airs for Europeans at like early morning. So who the fuck is gonna watch it? Kind of dumb. So we'll just go over everything on Friday. About EU. You know, the good thing is, like, I'll try to remember that when I wake up, completely ignore Twitter because I don't want to spoil anything, and I'll just watch some like bullshit, useless YouTube video while I'm getting ready for work, and then we'll just come in and I'll just react to it with a fresh mind, and we can pause and we can just go pretty chill with it. Whatever time we get left, we can spend on KCD2 if we want, but I don't know how long it'll take. And then this day, I'm going to have a day off because I have to go to Krakow next Thursday. But the Goaty stream is still planned. In fact, let me make sure that that's an okay day to go. Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. Good. Perfect. That'll be what it is. Everything else is the same. Obviously, we do have some days like this where it's like, I think I want to spend the full day on Redlock today. Maybe we'll just try to hardcore KCD2 next week for the first 3 days. I just need to finish it. I'm losing my mind here. I'm like, I don't know, maybe coming on the weekend and stream some KCD2. I need to finish it. But the game, you know, the game development does come first. Core pillars. What's really core to our game? You know, what are the things we're trying to say? It doesn't. We don't need to think about what the pillars should be right now. Just let's focus on who is this for? What are we trying to make here? I think the believable science fiction is pretty important. Maybe not as so important to be its own pillar, but it is something that I think is a really cool, and the more effort and focus we put on it, it does become a selling point. Where it's not just, oh, platform your way up high for the sake of it, but actually, you know, we want to provide that reasoning and not just, here's bare bones reason of, oh, your God threw you to the bottom of this pit, get out in order to prove your faith. You know, it's like, I think rather than being a hardcore precision platformer, we want to be casual friendly for people who may not have the time or desire to rip their hair out, falling and losing hours of progress all the time. Which is why we have like the checkpoint system that you can turn on. Like, we're focused on mid-core fans of people who might play this genre, but we have options to make it more hardcore or to make it more casual for the people that want it. Yeah, you know what? You're right. I should use hard science fiction. You're right. Yeah, but I think hard science fiction... I think The Martian is more nonfiction. Okay, maybe nonfiction is not the right word to use here, but it is in this case harder from that term than ours would be. Because like we're on a completely different planet and 50 light years away. I don't know about The Expanse though, but I do actually need to watch or read The Expanse because Owlcat is making a game, an RPG game set in the universe, and I love Owlcat RPGs. I think Owlcat is probably one of the last higher budget CRPG creators these days that are churning out consistently really good content. Yeah, the sand, yeah. When is that coming out, by the way? Expanse. Oh, there's no date yet. Maybe we'll see some more at the Game Awards for this. That'd be cool. Because they're working on this in the new 40K game. Need to watch it. How much? You know, I'm actually surprised that I didn't watch The Expanse before. Got a pretty good rating. I really don't know the first thing about it. 62 episodes? Is it finished or is it still airing? Read the books too, and while it's better, the show is still good. It might be fun to read the books first then. Always loved retro futuristic stuff. Games like Alien Isolation recently released routine. Okay, Bird, one of the immersive sims we want to make would be like retro futuristic. So I'm into it too. Would Duskers be a game that's in the same overall narrative as yours? Narrative niche. So like the same narrative premise, but different gameplay? It's at a point where the books take a break? Oh, okay, so the books, it's caught up to the books, and they're gonna release new seasons if the books come out, is what you're saying? If new books come out? Hi GS, how you doing, man? How's it going? Not bad though. Hey, I mean, God forbid they announce like a release date for the Expanse RPG game, and it's like 2026. Oh, I'll have to start reading fast. Duskers, you said Duskers. Drones into derelict spaceships to find the means alive. I don't think it's similar narratively. In my opinion, because this takes place in space, it kind of looks like. Don't do that. Don't do what? You want to design your fish breeding and growing? That sounds fun. Astronauts give me similar feel of the Expanse. That's only because I sort of put myself in that RP mindset. All I know is we want believable science fiction. We can use the term hard science fiction. Hard, but not too chub science fiction. I'm not gonna put chub here. Imagine explaining that to a publisher. So is your game like hard science fiction? No, we prefer to see it as like a chub science fiction. You know, you got a little bit of a hard on, but not a crazy one, right? It's enough to bend, but you won't break it. Semi-chub with the Viagra. Fuck, it's actually, it makes complete sense. Within this analogy of a half erection, saying that our game from a science fiction standpoint is a chub with a Viagra option is actually exactly perfect. Okay. Believable science fiction is a core pillar. I mean, that's more related to like how we tell the story and you know, how we build out the world. Mid-core focus, friendly to hardcore and casuals. I mean, like each level is like a theme too. Like each level a theme, visually and mechanically. Fish normally breed, so you have to work out them laying eggs and then the male fertilizes them. Nah, give the fish dicks, bro. Big fish donger. And like sticks it in the gills of the female fish, right? That's how fish have segs. Big ol' fish willy in the gills. Oh. Open wide. You know, we want to keep the speedrunners in mind, right? I kind of wonder if we are very speedrunner friendly. I don't know the speedrunning community that much. I don't know if they're gonna like having some of these levels where they are more focused on using your intellect or being a bit of a maze. I guess that is kind of different, right? It's just like, oh, this level is about platforming correctly, and that's really good for people with that precision, but then this level is about like memory. And so yeah, we talked about cutscenes before. We wouldn't have very many of them, if anything, though. And they would all be skippable, or you could turn them off. They'll clip through the walls and finish your game. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it doesn't even matter what the gameplay is, because they'll find a way to break it. You're right. I just don't know if it should be like if a core pillar should be that we are speedrunner friendly. For sure, I always want to have them in mind, so it kind of is. But it's such a small niche. Yeah, there wouldn't be any randomness. You know, actually, maybe I should mention it because, you know, you can see up here in the selling points, right? Like speedrunner friendly with per level timers and lack of randomized events. Focus on a tech demo? Well, we're talking about the design right now and not talking about what our first prototype is going to look like. Yeah, I can add the cutscene thing down here. Simple. Familiar with audio codec settings? In some ways. Only thing about speedrunners is that they will speedrun almost anything. Yeah, I really am hoping that with like that, I think that these game modes I want to also appeal, so people might do like a dark side, you know, glitchless run or something, which would be pretty cool. Like a handyman glitchless. That's wild, Amkir. I don't know why you know that. I'm not gonna ask. I think that each level being a theme kind of just plays into this believable science fiction. Hold on, where are my pillars? I want to load up my pillars. New. Redlock. Pillars. Google Drive. Piracy. Okay, we do not need to have 3, but 3 is a nice number. If we can fit it all in 2, I don't mind. It's not showing me the distance between these. Kind of annoying. Yeah, it looks even anyway. Yeah, we can do like believable sci-fi. Because that does play into how we build the levels, how we tell a story. That is important. It does. It's a lot more important than maybe I'm giving it credit for in the moment. These also will be gone over again before we push towards a vertical, so. That's just too long. I don't like that. Too fucking long, man. Fucking hate that. What's a better way we can describe this? Could do like a mid-core focus, but not exclusive. Speedrunner friendly. How do we define these? I think a focus would be like authentic level design. Facility levels are themed appropriately. and believably. Then stretched to, or believably first. And then stretched to meet gameplay demands. I mean, this sounds funny. I don't know if I would prank people who torrent the game, though. If we self-publish this game, I'll just upload a torrent to the game myself. That's what I would do. Same game. I don't give a shit. If you can't afford my game, you're not a lost sale. Subtly levels are themed appropriately and believably first, and then stretched to meet gameplay demands. I don't see people pirating to make money off it, though. I haven't really seen that happen, but yeah, I mean that is a dick move. Most people pirate just to like try out a game or because they can't afford it in the first place. And the vast majority. In countries where like the average salary is pretty high, most people torrent to try the game because a demo like isn't available. And in the countries where their salaries are like lower, you see most torrenting happening because they can't afford the game in the first place. With the secondary reason being to try the game. Yeah, and I think that if you just treat, if you don't shit on people pirating the game and you just treat them like people who usually can't afford your game, they'll end up supporting you at some point in the future through like a sale. Like they may not be able to afford the game at $20, but when the game is, you know, down to like $5 on a sale, they'll buy it. But they're not going to buy it if you said something bad about them. Or if you blame them for not having enough money or something. Do you have the courage to hate the poor? I kid you not, VR. I saw somebody say that if you can't afford my game, just make more money. And I called him a retard for saying that. And I stand by it. Kind of plays into authentic level design, though. I think we should just do Built fun by focusing on platforming mechanics that tie into the theming of each layer of the facility. I just feel like I've said the same thing in a different way. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. I gotta sit on that one. This idiocy part of my language. Therefore, you have better use of time than playing video games. Maybe. But they still need to play games too. Yeah, unemployment is increasing. I think the amount of money that people have to spend on games is not going up. And a lot of the stats about piracy were from, was from quite a while ago. This was 50,000. This was in 2011, right? 2016. 2016. So I imagine that it's actually looking worse now. But I think the most telling images are about like age and income, since that is, kind of averaged out. As people get older, they tend to pirate less because they can't afford to play a game. That's the red line, of course. Younger people are more likely to do that, but they tend to pirate more because of other reasons. Generally just less piracy as people get older, but I think that's a lot of it is due to income, as you can see here. Increase on RAM memory is insane at more than double in price. It is insane. Very insane. And you can see countries here with like, poor comparison to the US dollar or to the euro. Two biggest lines, green and red. Too expensive, can't afford. But then in places where, you generally make a bit better amount of money, the purple line, which is to demo the game, is higher. So it's easy to work against piracy by just make a good game, price it fairly, release a demo, and people who will want to support you will support you. And honestly, I'll tell you this, the green, the red, and the light blue line are people that can't buy your game anyway. So they are not lost sales. But they are potential fans. And people who enjoy your game will spread word about it, and that's free marketing for you. The best thing you can do is make a good game. If the people want to pirate it, they'll pirate it. Just turn them into fans. Because maybe their situation changes, maybe their country improves and they, have better salaries overall, and the last thing you want is people hating your game because you said something stupid on Twitter. Like a retard. Mid-core focus, but not exclusive. Difficulty options. Allow a tailored experience. Relying on online games to curb piracy. I think there's some of that, especially with bigger publishers. But I'll say this, I think that truly talented developers and studios don't have to care at all. I mean, look at Supergiant Games, right? Supergiant is turning out banger after banger. Their games have no DRM. They're not online. If you want to pirate it, Hades 2 was available on pirating sites the moment it released. But they don't need to care because, well, they've sold like, I don't know, 1 or 2 copies. The game isn't pirated, it's not good. I mean, there are games that I would buy. I would legitimately buy games if I could try them out. But because they don't have a demo, and because they have DRM that doesn't allow me to pirate it, I now am just not enticed to try it. I pirate games. Sorry, I don't have a lot of money. Spending even 20 bucks on a game is expensive for me. I will err on the side of caution and save my $20. Because I don't make money right now, but if I did have a lot of money, I wouldn't care too much. Drop 20 bucks, no issue. Redlock. I want to put the name in here. Casual and hardcore players alike can find the experience that best suits their desires. Easy. This is why I'll say, like, when it comes time to release this game, if I have full control over that, which we will if we self-publish, I'll just host the pirated version of the game ourselves. Because I'd rather that, I know that there are some really, really trusted uploaders who aren't gonna fuck you over, but I'd rather that you just get it from the source. You know, we hope that you support us in the future, but if things are tough, if you're just trying to pay for your next rent or put food on the table, and you just want something to relax with and escape into for the weekend, yeah, go for it. Click the button. Know that we haven't put any virus or bugs in here. That's a kind of shitty way to say it. I don't know how I feel about this. This is something that I'll have to sit on. But at least this will give a good basis to a direction. You know? An arc of a direction. Let's move in this direction and pivot a little bit as needed, and then once we can hyper-focus, yeah, this is our perfect pathway. Let's rewrite these from scratch. I don't like that the word replayability is not a word, technically. That pisses me off. Hours worked is not always translated to productivity. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. And I don't like that that is sometimes the assumption. sometimes I'll have a more productive 2 hours than I will in an entire 8-hour stream. It just depends. You know, there's a lot of factors. And I think that a well-managed 4-hour work week, or 4-day work week, sorry, a well-managed 4-day work week can be more productive or as productive as a typical 5-day work week. God, I wish there was a 4-day work week. I mean, I also work in a creative industry, right? And like game design is a creative job. So some days I can just churn out design content like that. And other days it's like, dude, I am creatively vacant. It's gone. Like maybe there's something else we can do. Other days it's like, well, we just need to play a game or something. You know, find some inspiration from these. And I can always get some inspiration from whatever game I play. Not always in a way that I expect though. The only main objective to achieve in the core game is to climb. Everything else is optional. That will keep us focused on, okay, that is the only thing that's required. Nothing else is technically required. There was a study in 4-day work weeks in Iceland, and they proved that they are indeed more productive within reason. Yeah, I think that you need good management. But I think even in Japan, which is pretty controversial to do it, Microsoft in Japan transitioned to a 4-day work week. There are some game studios that are doing 4-day work weeks pretty successfully, but you know, a lot of them have a storied history of being able to actually build games. They have good production, good leadership. I think that a 4-day work week is going to fail in similar ways that a 5-day work week would fail, just in a shorter time frame. You know, it's just kind of, it's not something that you can just do and it works. But we all kind of knew that already. Dunk on my monitor. You can't write you model when you can't model you code. And yet if you ask anybody in this industry, they'll think that they can design. Well, okay, that's not true. But there are quite a lot of people in this industry that just think that magically they're going to put the perfect game idea on paper, as if for some reason people specializing in game design aren't capable of it. Game design were easy, every game would be perfectly designed. I'm for a secondary chip later, speedrunner friendly. Also, in-game support for timings. Let's not say support for, let's say in-game granular timings. I think that we can achieve that. You know, if we have like just, let's say, linear a relatively linear pathway through locations, then it should be pretty easy to determine when a player hits certain parts of that. I don't really see a reason why this couldn't be accomplished. It could have some challenges, but it should be done. Game will support granular breakdowns of time taken per level to help enable existing speedrunners and encourage new ones to try it out. Feels like more like a marketing thing than something to throw in the game pillars. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this. Well, I don't know how to feel. But rarely have I ever written game pillars first in the first draft and felt good about them. Looked in the field, design comes to the hardest part. I don't know if design is the hardest part. I think every single job in game dev has its complexities and challenges. I just know that because design is non-formulaic, right? It's not like you can't sit down and design a system in the same way that you can sit down and code a system and have it work, because the end result of game design is a fun game. But you have to design the game like we're doing now before there is any level made. It's all speculative. It's all, we think this will sound like fun, but there's no guarantee that it is. And there's a million factors in our control and out of our control that will determine if we can actually achieve that fun. And so it's just like, you're kind of just throwing stuff up into the air and using past experiences, market trends, knowledge of your audience, current events in the world, previous games built by the company, engine limitations, audience desires, all these just different factors that could fall into the right place, the wrong place, that could fuck you over in your game or mean that it becomes a viral success. It's just, it's so unpredictable that anybody who says, here's how you design a game well, is a liar, number one, and trying to cheat you or sell you something. There's no guarantee for successful game design. There's no book that's going to give you the proper formula to it. There's a lot of psychology involved, but there's also a lot of factors to just, this game did this, it's similar to ours, players seem to like it, therefore we might be able to use this to our advantage. And then you find, you take those guarantees from other games, because those are helping to mitigate risk, and you say, let's mix it with this weird, wacky, new thing that we've designed that seems pretty fresh, or is a nice mix of things that has never existed before, and we'll see if this works. And that's what we'll build the game around, is this quirky, unique thing with those existing, proven frameworks. That's our game. But sometimes that quirky, unique thing that you build your game around fails, and people don't like it. And so while the rest of this shit works, the core thing didn't work. It's a crapshoot. Need 3-day work weeks so we can have 2 separate full-time jobs and have 1 day to shut the fuck up, Hilda. No, I like game design because it's never static. You know? It's not like a mesh where you can say, okay, here's the reference for the mesh, let me mesh it out, and you have successful mesh at the end of that. Because it will look like the reference picture. It's not like a system of, I don't know, transferring an inventory item to a storage container, where you have a provable output of what that should be. And you're not really focused on whether or not that thing is fun or not. Game design is entirely speculative. Do we think players will like doing X, Y, and Z? Well, no, we have no proof until it's in the game and players tell us if they enjoy doing X, Y, or Z. And they might not. Even though X, Y, and Z worked in this other game, it may not work in our game. X, Y, and Z may have been popular back in the 2000s, now it's not so popular in the 2020s. The thing I don't like about what a majority of designers tend to do or say when they look at a game is, what is this game's special hook? What makes it special? Like, not every game needs to have some special thing to make it stand out. I agree with that. I agree. That's why, when I write like our one sheets or when I talk to game designers, I don't say unique selling points. I just say selling points. Like, what is your game? What is the focus? What is really cool about your game that people are going to look at and say, oh yeah, that looks amazing, let's play that. It doesn't have to be unique, because most games aren't unique. Most games are not defining a genre. Most games are just really fun twists on some existing framework. And that's why they're successful. Or they find something that, like PUBG, was not new. But what PUBG did was take an existing framework of something that had kind of been born out of, survival games and some RPGs and DayZ, and said, let's actually make like a proper loop around this. And let's build a solid framework for a multiplayer shooter rather than just building it on top of a like military sim. And it worked. And then people took a look at PUBG and said, how can we make this a bit, even cooler? Or let's take this drop in multiple people idea, and now your goal is not to kill everybody, but to just get out of there. Extraction shooters. And it's not like, Arc Raiders was the first extraction shooter. It just did what it did super well. And people resonated with that by spending shit tons of money on it. Bunch of other game developers who are looking at Steam pages and were constantly saying, what makes it special? I get that for an overly saturated market for a specific genre. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. I think you're right. For overly saturated markets or specific genres, it kind of makes sense to ask that. The Arc Raiders has unique selling points, right? But the core genre of Arc Raiders is not unique. The unique selling point for Arc Raiders is like the machine learning robots. And I think that is one of the reasons why people play it or really enjoy it, but I don't even know if they put it here. Their selling point is scavenge, survive, thrive. Yeah, we've seen games that are like that before. Explore an immersive world. Wow, totally fresh to the market. Loot you craft can be salvaged or sold for coin or crafted into new gear. Yeah, that's entirely fresh too, huh? And they only put the machines down here, but they don't even say that they were machine learning, because honestly, it's just kind of not a lot of people know what machine learning is. It's not really a common household term. But when you play it, you can feel that machine learning. Or you can just feel that there's something special to them. Quests and skill trees are not special either. It's just it did everything that it needed to do in a really high fidelity, high quality way. It's really fun. That's, like you said, Drumlux, that's kind of all it takes. Best extraction game is EFT? What's EFT? Escape from Tarkov. I was almost gonna say Duck Off. Even Duck Off was literally, let's take extraction shooters, let's meme on Tarkov, and then let's make a game about ducks. And it's like, oh shit, it has 98%, 96% positive rating, sold millions of copies. Over 3 million, I think. Maybe even more. They made bank from this game, because it's just a really, really fun game. Does it do anything fresh in the genre? Not really. It's just really solid and fun to play and easy to get into. So I agree. I think it's focusing on what's this game's special hook. You know what I think it comes from, Dramulx? I think that it's like this old methodology of teaching designers is that your game always needs to be special, but I think people have misinterpreted special to mean unique, in that you need something that has never been done before, rather than this is a special blend of things that have already existed, but not in this way. And sometimes a unique art style can be a unique hook, even if the underlying gameplay is nothing new. Like Duck Off. Duck Off is just stylized, low poly, Tarkov with ducks aimed at a more casual audience. There's nothing unique about it. It's just fucking fun. And sometimes that's enough. And I would even say probably this even sold better than Tarkov did on Steam. 7,000 mixed reviews for Tarkov, and it's been in development a lot longer than Escape from Duckov has. So, I don't know. I agree with you, Dremox. I completely agree with you, is what I'm trying to say. How you doing, Crew Crusader? You don't really get that. You can't make something unique in terms of gameplay systems nowadays, as you could 35 years ago. Take much more considerable amount of effort to even invent something new. Most unique things nowadays are just rehashes. I think there's that. I also just think that there is... Game budgets have increased significantly compared to 35 years ago, and there's drastically greater competition than there was 35 years ago. So creating something unique is a risk. That's why AAA games don't often delve into uniqueness, but rather finding a fun twist on it. Because I think that they realize that if they can hook people on really good feeling gameplay and a loop that is just fun to engage with, that will sell the game well enough. If you create something that is artsy fartsy unique, great, that's cool from like a design standpoint, but that's different than marketability. Uniqueness does not always equate to high sales. And making something that is just like a light rehash of something that's already existed, you know, like Mega Bonk. It's not like Mega Bonk is anything new from a gameplay perspective. It's just 3D survivors mixed with like Risk of Rain 2 in some cases. You know, it's just a unique blend. And it's done in a way that is really fun, is unabashedly, you know, just crazy and wild. And that's all the people needed. And it's like, yeah, but you can get the game for $10. Yeah, okay. That's how you sell millions of copies. Again, perfectly done. You're right, there were a lot of hardware constraints early on, this is true. But just increased, the problem is innovation is kind of staggered because gaming is a business now, not an art form. Everyone is just chasing trends, following market data and other bullshit. Yeah, and I think the best games, or the ones that are the most successful, are not the ones that are completely unique, but the ones that take something enjoyable and popular, but rather than trend chase, because you could say, okay, you know, Vampire Survivors came out when? That was 3 years before Mega Bonk, and Risk of Rain 2 was 2 years before that. They weren't trend chasing. Instead, they took things that were vastly successful and very well liked and said, how can I marry these two ideas, but in my own unique way? Well, not creating like dark or like, you know, gothic fantasy game, but also not creating alien planet type game. I don't know. It's just a unique blend. It's just a unique blend. Trend optimize, not trend chase. I like that, Amakira. What is the topic of discussion here, really? The misinterpretation that your game needs to be unique to be interesting. I think Dramox and I have both seen a lot of designers and focuses from developers who say, what are your unique selling points? And they're often looking for things that haven't been done in any game before, when this is not the way to make a successful game. That we feel like. It is our opinion that you don't have to make something unique to be successful. And using games like Escape from Duckov or, you know, like Mega Bonk as these are not games that have redefined their genres. They are not doing anything that we haven't seen before. They're just high quality, unabashedly enjoyable games that have, as Am and Kira said, optimized a trend or genre rather than tried to create something completely unique and new. Another note for Arc, it's very all optimized. Yeah, that helps a lot too, I think. You're right. It opens up the market. And if you have a larger budget, that is something that you want to do too, is you don't want to aim at a niche that is so small that you can't recuperate the money or make a profit. Making a good game is very different from making a financially successful game. And that's something that we talk about a lot. I don't know how to feel about these. I need to sit on this. Let's revisit these pillars. I think that what we have right now is a really good start from a design perspective of what the game needs to be. But I'd rather prototype with what we have and then come back and see if we have something fun. How do you feel about incremental games? I play a lot of them. I like them. I do feel like they are... The design of incremental games has gotten very stale. There's not really a lot of new twists to the incremental genre at the moment. They throw some different assets on it, maybe add in a different layer of progression, but it's all just kind of the same thing, and it doesn't really feel interesting. The most interesting recent example that I tried out recently was one called Asbury Pines, which was a much more like narrative focused incremental game. And I think it's pretty cool. And at least they tried something different here, even if it doesn't always succeed. But I think that generally people are very happy with just actually trying to do something new in the incremental genre. Clanka Brothers. Where are you at? You an oil slurper? A gear gooner? That's the new one I came up with, was called Gear Gooner. That's people who goon for AI and robots. Here, B. Go to the bathroom. What was I doing? I'm actually kind of, I don't know. I don't really want to get this into U-Track today. I don't know. Especially tomorrow if we're not working. I'd rather just kind of focus on this on start of a new week. Well, especially too if I need to change anything. How does our one sheet look again? What is this shit? Yeah, you know what? I wanna give this to the other team members. We'll just play it slowly and safely, and we'll see what they think if they like the lore direction and what the gameplay is going to offer. I think at the very least we can copy some of the info from our text document into U-Track so that it's just available more accessibly. Especially about the different levels of the facility. Tito? What is Tito? This is not gonna copy over well. Because the markdown. Be annoying. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is one of those things I could paste into AI and just tell it to fix this for Markdown, and it would be pretty nice to do. The cute, cozy style appeals to the masses somehow. There's more casual players than... The casual players are the silent majority for a lot of games. You know, people will say, oh, this game isn't meant for me or whatever, blah, 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 blah. And they'll be very vocal about it, but then the game will still sell well and probably be a financial success because they realize that the core market is more casual, and those are people that don't really sit on Twitter all day and talk about games. You'll see that a lot. Not all the time, but it is common. No, I really like almonds. Almonds are good. What's the best nut? And don't say yours. I think peanuts are pretty good too. Peanuts are nice. I like peanuts. Walnuts are nice as well. Not a big fan of cashews, personally. Jeez, got him. Damn, bro. Also, get a 50% off of a yearly plan of Proton Pass with our affiliate link. And you too can protect your passwords across all your devices for only $250 a month. Hope you guys can hear me munching on these almonds. Just pasting it in asterisk while I munch. Trying to find a Polish bread recipe. All I know is that it's from way out in the middle of nowhere, and it used to be called Jew bread. Kira, that's called like pumpernickel, or American pumpernickel, or Jewish rye bread. Not common in Poland though. You mean like this? I made this recently. Fucking difficult to make. Tastes good though. Here's the thing about releasing on Steam. If you get to launch a successful game, you probably have less time to work on it because community work becomes very important for your Steam players. True. Most games are spoken about in two ways. One where developers dump a game on Steam and leave. Other where developers do community work after, which is judged harshly by buyers of the game. Yeah, but first you need a successful game, right? And most games on Steam are not financially successful. And most don't even make back $100. In parallel evolution to pumpernickel that my aunt, the smart aunt, used to make, but she died. No one knows how to make it anymore. Those are the dump games. Yeah, but most of them are dump games then. And there's going to only be more of them with AI. So what you would do with this, I made this recently, and it's really good. It's very unique flavor. Hard to explain. You would need to get your hands on molasses, for sure. Because that's how you get the dark color from that. And start with like a dark rye sourdough. Leave it overnight, like 24 hours. So it gets all like sour. It's gonna smell really, really sour. Something more sour the better. And then you can start to prepare it the way you normally would. But it's really sticky. Like, it is the stickiest fucking bread in existence. You will, if you have to mix it by hand, you will not get it off your hands. It's horrendous for that. But it's supposed to be that way, apparently. These days, I just make cornbread because it's like way easier to make and super tasty. I love cornbread. Okay, I think that's all the secondary ones. Like I said, I don't know how far it will nest these. It'll nest them 3 in. There's probably a better way that we can display this info anyway. Just works really well in, well, for me. Tables would be nice here. I don't know, I mean, if you really pour your heart and soul into making a game, you're emotionally invested, right? And a lot of indie developers are emotionally invested. Understandably, it's not a bad thing. Some people will say it's a bad thing. I don't agree. It's hard not to feel something when people say they don't like your game, at least if they're nice about it or if the feedback is reasonable. The average person is going to look at it and say like, I'm sorry, I wish I could have made it better. Some people don't handle the feedback well, of course. But then you have the people that write reviews that just are either completely off topic, or the game wasn't meant for them and they would have realized that if they read it, 2 sentences down, just whatever reason. There's tons of reasons. And you know that leaving a comment on the review is not going to help things, and it might just make things worse. The best thing to do is just say nothing at all, but then it's almost like you're not responding to them, which can sometimes fuel them worse. It's tough. It's really tough. And that's why you would have people that are separate from the development team, like community managers, who are the ones responding to this stuff, because they're not emotionally invested. And they have experience with it. But then you run into the problem where people will feel as if they have to speak through a community manager to speak to the development team. It's all easier said than done. If you're not invested in the game you're making, then I won't play it. Unfortunately, that happens a lot with like AAA stuff. There's a lot of people in the game industry that don't give a fuck about games. I don't, I can't empathize with them, but it's very common. Mostly among like coders. Emotional investment is normal, doesn't always mean it's good. Russian chicken skin gimp suit guy is passionate, but he's also going around in a chicken skin suit. No, I think, emotional, it's just like you can be emotionally invested, but channel that in a bad way, right? And like lash out at people who don't like your game. Because sometimes, one or 2 reviews can mean the difference between review scores. And God forbid you're hovering between like mixed and mostly positive. A lot of people will see that yellow and click off. Doesn't matter. I think that ideally delivering a specific experience, the audience. The problem is that a lot of developers do not know the audience they're delivering to. And that's not just indie. I see that in AA as well. And we kind of see that sometimes with AAA. It's like you do not know your own audience because you never stop to ask yourself, who is this game for?
Wake up.
You follow the people that blindly say, if you're going to make a game, you should make it for yourself. No, because you aren't going to be buying the game, other people will. You need to know the people that you're making the game for. I think it's dumb. Like, I agree, you should be making a game that you're passionate about. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's a game that's specifically meant for you. And that doesn't mean that you're in the majority of your genre either. You could be in a niche. This looks like ass. This looks horrible. This should be moved to a table, I would think. Friend sub games are on the wave now. They are. I'm not a big fan of the term friend slop, but I do think that there are games that qualify as friend slop. But that happens with everything. I mean, when Only Up came out, everybody was making, here, climb this bunch of bullshit because it seems easy to make. And that was their special mechanic was, oh, it's like Only Up, but now it's different theme. Not actually taking the time to think about what could make it more special or more interesting. And none of those games really succeeded in the same way. Now it's like parkour platformers are pretty popular in the genre. But I think those will fall off too eventually. What could this table look like? Let's make it for level 1, because level 0 is just escape, right? Gaming is too diverse to know your audience up front. You can guess or narrow to them. Might as well only become only grandmas play this game kind of thing. I partially agree. I think you can do enough market research. I agree it's not set in stone. It's not like this 100% of my players fall into this category. But I think that you can know your core audience. You know, who are 70% of our players likely going to fall into? There could be some people that you didn't expect. Like, for instance, I don't think Euro Truck Simulator, when it first came out, knew that it was going to appeal so heavily to actual truckers. Know the audience you wish for. Yeah, there's no guarantee. I agree. There's no guarantees. I agree. But you should narrow it down to something, to like an aim, so that this is where you're going to, you know, what platforms are you going to market to for 18 to 34-year-olds? And then you can say, okay, probably like, you know, TikTok and YouTube, and we'll try to get spots on like these TV shows or whatever. That's one of the reasons you do it for. Another reason is to say, well, our core audience is like, I don't know, 30 to 40-year-olds, right? Is it what we're aiming for? So these are people who likely have families, who may not have unlimited time to play, who may only have 1 to 3 hours maximum to sit down and play a game, likely closer to 1.5 to 2 hours per session. So, you know, you kind of cater a lot of your gameplay design around that. And you make sure not to put in progression pathways that feel forced or that require a lot of grind. It's just, it does matter. You need to know who you're making your game for, but you're right. There's no guarantee to it, and it's not going to be the only people. But if you're making a game that's like meant for, I don't know, dads who had a long day at work, and you have so much grind in the game that they would need to play like 20 hours a week in order to make progress, you're clearly not speaking to your target audience because you never really knew it in the first place, or you just didn't care. Truckers playing trucking game while trucking? Let's not. We already have truck drivers who don't know how to speak the language of the country that they're in driving trucks. Let's not push it further than that. Let me not put the others in. Let's delete these columns. I think after that we would do... Stop it. We'll talk about the visuals. God. Keep bumping these things. Visuals. And then... do hazards in a list style. That can just be general type. We do some facilities to repair as well. That I'll make into a... Yeah, that'll work. Ooh. UI question. If I'm dynamically adding new widgets to a vertical box, is there a way to add new widgets in between, or would I need to remove the list and re-add child to vertical box? To add new widgets in between. Can you tell me your use case? Because that might change the way that I would approach it. Personally, can't make games for my audience. I don't know them yet. They don't know me yet. All I can do is make something I think is worthy of my time. If I can do that, there probably are people out there that think it's worthy of their time. Yeah, but the issue is that, you know, for like a small indie dev with a tiny budget, it's easier to make back 20,000 than it is to make back 200,000, 2 million, 20 million, right? If I'm pitching a game to a publisher that is like, I don't know, let's say 5 million in budget, which is pretty small, then they need to probably make 15, 20 million back total in order for that to be considered a financial success, because they likely have investors, we might have investors, they need to make a profit, we need to make a profit. So as that risk gets greater, you cannot afford to not know your audience. Because if your audience is not large enough to purchase enough copies of the game to make that amount of money, then you should not make that game, right? But if your budget's only like 10,000, 20,000, whatever, you can afford to take a bit bigger of risks, because if it, quote, fails, comparative to a budget of 2 million or 200,000, but you only made 100,000, well, you still came out ahead. And you might not have investors because you're so small, and so after taxes, after fees, that's not that big of a deal. You probably still made a profit. Well, you would say needing investment is probably not the smartest move in the first place, but most game developers have investors. Most of them, by a large margin. Most that are like successfully releasing games on Steam. You may not know them, they may not be a public company, but they still might have private investors, and those private investors are investing. They want to see a return on investment, and a return that is greater than 100%, because otherwise it's not a good investment, right? If it's not making money, you need to pay them back, and you will need to pay them a profit. Or they will, sell their shares to somebody else, right? And that's how they would make a profit. It gets complicated at that point. Well, those investors were needed in the first place because money was needed to run a studio. Like, simple as that. Like, it's extremely expensive to run a studio and to make games. You get a company, like we would go get a company valuation. Microraptor would probably be valued at 100,000 or something like that, and then we would sell shares of that to investors so that we would get startup funding. It's either that or you take like a loan. So with the drag and drop system, I click a button and the drag and drop will add a new child below that button. Slide the other buttons down, or would I just make each button attached to its own vertical box, and when I click the button, the drop will work on that specific vertical block? People are simply overshooting their own capabilities. Yeah, but that's not true at all. Like, how do you expect to start up a studio if you have no money? Let me ask you that. Like, people need to eat, people need to survive, and that requires money. And so you need to then pay those people. So how do you do that? Drag and drop, click a button, and the drag and drop will add a new child below that button. Slide the other buttons down. So what you would do is you would grab that button's index on the list, on the vertical box. So you would do like a get, you would add the children, starting from first to last, right? Or 0 to an n number. And whichever one the player is clicking on, you would probably have that part of the child widget, the list item, right? And so we would know which list item we're clicking on. We could even store in each of those widgets, those child widgets, the exact index that they are. And then we would say, okay, now insert that into that location and either rebuild the list or rebuild the list from that point onwards, or shift them all. You could get fancy, you could shift them all visually and then update, send like a interface call or whatever to update all of their own indices. You want to be careful about that. The simplest solution is just to rebuild the list from scratch, having inserted that new item at that specific index. What are the items that the player is adding children between in new ways? Like an inventory? Because you're probably pulling it from from an array in the first place, right? So if you have the array and you're building it, you know, in order for each, right? Then you'd probably want to add a specific, you could do the run an insert at that location and then just rebuild the list from scratch if it's not too long. If it's like, you know, under 100 iterations, rebuilding that list is not going to be that big of a deal. So that would be kind of like the simplest, lowest cost solution. Call back to that storage, that data storage, insert, and then rebuild the list from scratch so that you know you're getting the right information in the right order. If that makes sense. I did have some extra notes too. That's a bit better broken up. It's a bit better broken up. The child index, remove children beyond that index, add new child, re-add, remove children. I mean, how many things are going to be on this list? Like, what's our expected maximum here? It can be an estimation. Doesn't have to be exactly perfect. Well, I mean, like, how many children are part of that list? Like, if this is the list here, like this, you know, scroll box with a vertical box or whatever, I don't know how you set it up, but how many of these specific list items are going to be on there? I can say this, if you don't expect to have more than, if it's just fewer than 100 items on this list maximum that you expect to have, I would just rebuild many, min 3, max 15. It's not too bad. Rebuilding that from scratch is barely anything if you need to. So, you know, I don't know how you want to animate this or where the button would be to add something below it. You know, let's say that hovering in between, or like hovering on the bottom section of one of these widgets shows the little, I don't know, like, let's say just like a little plus button here, plus button widget. And so on hover, you would just see if the player is hovering over this invisible button or something, and then we can show that. And when the player presses that, we can just run a function that will add a child at the next index here. And there should be an insert that pushes all of the other indices up one, and then just rebuild the whole list. So update the data first, clear the list, rebuild the list. That would be like the simplest solution to do it, or just to see if you like the effect of it. You could do a bit more of a complex one where you dynamically insert a widget in between that by like grabbing all of the children widgets and then just pumping one in between at that point. That would work too. But you do run the risk of potentially grabbing the wrong index, especially if there are already children that are pending, delete. So it could be. It's a placeholder for the spell crafting, so I can work on the spell crafting. So if it's just a placeholder, then I would just clear the list and rebuild it from scratch. Because like the performance overhead for 15 elements is going to be minimal. Keep in like, it wasn't the most perfectly built, but for Colden Chronicles, we were rebuilding a list of like 200 widget elements every time you like ate one of the ingredients in your inventory, and that was, really fucking fast. So doing 15 is not going to be bad at all. Or they should put people that work at an existing studio. People won't start their own studio. People that go full indie, do it whatever method works. Issue with at least 2 of these is that sales guarantee is non-existent. Well, there's never a sales guarantee for all of them. Investment wise, that's the toughest cookie you can get. Personally, I think more people should stay hobbyists. I mean, the industry's on fire right now, that's for sure. But investment is one of the most tried and tested ways to get money to start, because you can't grab a loan, right? Because you can grab some like long-term loan, but I mean, a lot of games take more than a year to make, sometimes more than 2 to 3 years. Most loans, you're gonna have to start paying that money back somehow. So the safer option is to go and get investment because of people who invest in game studios because they understand the industry. So going to investors is safe in that regard. It's a very easy way to get money, and you couple that with a publisher or something because it diversifies that funding a bit. So you don't have to ask the publisher for 100,000. Now you can ask them for 50,000 because you have 50,000 from an investor, right? But that is splitting up the pie, and you have that end result smaller piece that's for your studio. But that doesn't mean that investment or publishing is bad. It's just you need to decide who you're going to cut up that pie for. You only have one pie, and it's 100% of that pie. You can give 30% of it to an investor. You can promise 50% of all future pies to your publisher for that, that pie, that game. But you then end up with that tiny percentage for your studio that, unless your game is a breakout hit, you're not going to have enough to move away from the publisher and build something on your own to then have 70% of the profits. It's just a risk. But getting an investor itself is not dangerous. In fact, I would say it's more dangerous to get a publisher than an investor. But it's sometimes harder to get an investor than a publisher. True, we should not forget that you're competing with the kid in his room that does the same thing as you after school and releases the game on Steam successfully. Yeah, but that is the exception, not the rule. We see the exceptions, and we prize the exceptions more because it's like, oh my god, game in his room, kid in his room made this game and did amazing. Ignoring the fact that most games that fail on Steam are from kids in their rooms, not from people with investors, because they can pump more money into it. They can actually pay for some marketing. They can pay for something that is more mechanically sound or finished. Kids will get better. Well, they're not. I mean, if the minimum bar is increasing, that just means that the minimum bar is still there. If AI is going to be the new minimum bar for getting better, then there's no value in those games. Because people have a limited amount of money to spend, and it's only becoming more limited, and they certainly have a limited amount of time to spend, which is not increasing. So they're not going to choose to play the games that are at the minimum bar, no matter where the minimum bar is. And if the minimum bar is to spend $10 on some AI chat thing to pump out some bullshit game, that's where the minimum bar is going to be. Why pay you $20 for your game when I can pay $10 to AI to get your game from that? So it's not that those kids will get better, it's just there will be more of those kids, and the value of their creations will decrease. And the expectations for the industry will increase. Because as the minimum bar goes up, the expected bar also goes up. $30 to 60 minutes. We can actually type in minutes this time. Desired difficulty, very hard. Visuals we can copy up. I think this will look a lot better than what we had previously. I could still put it in a bullet point. We want. I think that kind of looks nice as a bullet point. Side AI can't build something it doesn't have training data on, so creativity is the key. Yeah, it's just the minimum. It's like AI hasn't produced games that people are buying because people don't want to buy AI games if they can just generate the AI game. The value, it's valueless. It just means that it's going to be harder to make an actually good game because you're competing with more products, and you're eventually just going to have to make something that visually or mechanically exceeds people with dramatically increased budgets. Well, yeah, but what you're saying, Worm Juice, is you're saying that because Balatro, or because Stardew Valley, or because Megabonk were massive hits, and Megabonk wasn't even that guy's first game, by the way, is that's going to be the norm. But it's not the norm. It's never been the norm. You can't bank on the fact that your game is going to be a viral success, because there's nothing that guarantees that. And conversely, there are a lot of metrics that show that the more money you have, the more money you could make if you spend it correctly. Like whether people like it or not, marketing works. That's why people keep marketing. That's why advertisements exist, is because they do actually work. And if you have the money to buy advertising space, if you have the ability to piggyback on a publisher with an existing audience, this can do dramatic, it's way more guarantee of success than just making a game and hoping that you're going to go viral one day with it. AI is overly positive, so horror will be the way. Oh, I misunderstand. I'm saying Steam has set the rules, being the biggest market that opened the floodgates for anyone to dump a new game. The rest is all guesswork. I don't know, but Steam is not curated, right? Steam's algorithm prioritizes games that are making the platform money, which I think is fair. It's harsh, but fair. But it's not curated. Visibility is everything. But just because you have a fun game does not mean that you're going to get visibility. Because if you don't have existing visibility, then people don't search. This is actually something that recently came out on Steam, is people don't search. This is true. You go on Steam to learn about games that you already know about, that you've learned about off-platform. There isn't a whole lot of discoverability happening on Steam. So that discoverability, yes, it's not going to come from an investor, but it can come from a publisher. And a publisher is more likely to support you if you ask for less money. But a game costs whatever it costs, right? And you need that money from somewhere. So the safest option is to, if you're confident with your game idea, to get an investment for like $50,000 and then ask the publisher for a less amount of money. Because then you are more likely to get the amount of money that you need from them, or negotiate a better deal because you aren't asking them to hand over everything in their coffers at one point. So I wouldn't say that investment isn't useful, or that, but it's not a silver bullet. getting a publisher, getting an investor, it's not a silver bullet. Otherwise, every game with a publisher and every studio with an investor would be successful financially. But we know that's not true. But we do know that there's a lot more competition and difficulty in visibility when you are on the bottom 80% of Steam, which is indie developers, solo developers, people without that significant investment. Very difficult. And so you need to build that audience somewhere else, from YouTube, from Twitch, from Facebook, from TikTok, whatever. That audience needs to exist the same way that a Kickstarter is not going to be successful if you don't have people who know about your Kickstarter in the first place. Because most people are not like me, they don't just scroll Kickstarter and look for games. They go to that Kickstarter because they were part of the community and the creator that they follow and like announced, we have a Kickstarter for our next game coming up. Sometimes that just takes money, you know, it takes investment to have that visibility, but it's not a silver bullet. No one talks about the cost of investment when it's not returned. At that point, you did not spend your own money. Well, investors usually don't invest with a requirement to pay them back. Publishers do sometimes, depending on what you've negotiated. But investors invest because they are looking to increase, you know, it's like stocks. You know, if I invest my money into the stock market and a company tanks, I can't get that money back. I've lost it. It's gone. The values of the shares have plummeted. That was the risk that was taken. It's the same with investors. They're looking for making a profit, and they will continue to invest in you and buy more shares if you are starting to make the money. But if they don't feel like that, they will sell their shares to someone else and they will pull out. You know, it's really good to get seed funding, right? That's what seed funding is. You know, that initial capital, as it says here. And that's how you can start up your company. If you need that initial investment to like pay for salaries, pay for equipment, get something started, get the ball rolling. And sometimes you only need like, 10, 20, 30,000 at that point. Then you go and you build something reasonable like a prototype or a vertical slice, take it to a publisher, get a good deal from that. It's very hard to build up something reasonable without any initial investment. And most of the people that we see on Steam that are successful, that are breakout hits from people who had no money, are the exceptions. They are people that you can count on one hand every year. Meanwhile, there are hundreds of thousands that have failed to even get that far with their game. But it's just because most developers are in this bracket of solo/indie with no funding, and a much smaller percentage even have a little bit of funding, and then that narrows and narrows until there are, you're at like a couple dozen AAA companies, right? Maximum. Let's make sure to read the rules then. Which rules? Because investors, like, that's not usually how investment works. Investors are like, here, we give you this amount of money, but we ask for this amount from your net profits, either before or after the publisher takes their fee. That's up to the agreement. I've seen both. Or you do internal valuation and you sell private equity in the company in order to get that. That's very common, right? Because nobody wants to go to the stock market, because then you need to have like a board of directors, and you have to abide by certain communication rules, because of course anything you say can manipulate the market. That can be pretty dangerous. So a lot of places will just do like private equity through private investors. Ice. Oop. And then hallucinogenic gases. Most people don't give away money for free. There's always a cost. Some people do give money away for free. There are some really frustrating examples of that in the game industry. of literally people just having angel investors fall from the sky and say, here's your money, yeah, I don't care what you do with it, and then they misuse it and spend it on like gambling and a bunch of bullshit, and then then they end up in hundreds of YouTube essays about game development. It's the whole thing. But yeah, you're right, that's the exception, not the rule. The rule though is that investors want something, right? They want profit, and how they're going to get that profit is exactly what the point of investment is, and what the agreement is. But I wouldn't say that investment is inherently something that's bad or that shouldn't be done. It's just, what are your goals and what are you okay with giving away? And if you're okay with saying, yes, we're fine giving away a portion of our company to somebody that has those expectations and might put pressure on us, so that if we said we need to delay our game by 1 quarter, that investor is now going to be upset with that because they were expecting money by that quarter. That's the risk you take with it. That's the risk you take. But it's not that you can't work around that. And it's not saying that it's better not to have investors from a purely positive standpoint. No, the negative is that you don't get money. And if you can build your game without that much money, go for it. But in a lot of cases, you can't. Because I will tell you, 99% of people that you approach to help you with your game are not going to fucking touch your game in any way without payment. In any way. You can convince them that the extra quarter will give better ROI. That's true, Kent, yeah. You say, if we release the game now, here are perfect examples of why releasing your game early will lead to financial ruin. I understand you want your money now, but this is how we release it correctly. Now, that's one of the benefits of having like a publisher, is that publishers understand game development a bit better than investors. And so in some cases, it's easier to convince a publisher to delay than it would be to an investor, right? But publishers often have private or public equity, and they then need to have, they need to provide money to their investors. And so they need to convince their investors that they're not going to see ROI until next quarter. You just need to know who you're getting in bed with, right? Who you're fucking. And if they've got an STD, you probably don't want to fuck them. No matter if they say the sex is great. Is that a good analogy? Do we like that analogy? Yeah, level 1 does not have any facilities to repair. So we'll just NA that for now. It's an interesting land. Yeah, it is. There's some people that I knew who perfectly ties into the story. Oh god, what's their exact story with this? I can probably find it. Hold on. I can find it. Is this it? So this is a Polish development studio. Let's just say I knew some people that were part of this. Titan Games. They were closely collaborating with Playway since its founding in 2020, and the publisher owned 43.47% of its shares. So they got some initial investment to build their game. They retained a majority share, so they get to decide what happens with the company in that regard. But they do have significant pressure from a very large company with a lot of a lot of industry renown and success. Regardless of what you think about Playway, this is what happened. Soon after its opening, the studio took several loans from them, totaling about $880,000, promising to repay them by the end of 2023. The funds were intended for the development of a game called Viking City Builder and a VR game called U-Boat: The Silent Wolf. But the amount turned out to be insufficient, as it usually does, because game development is a lot more expensive than people think, including the people working on the games. In mid-2022, Titan Games once again approached Playway for financing, but was refused. And that's where it all starts. They held a shareholders meeting where it announced it was in a difficult financial position. It then adopted a resolution to save the studio, allowing the sale of any Titan Games assets, including Viking City Builder, without requiring Playway's consent. Playway did not agree with this decision, so it sued them, accusing it of harming its interest. Ultimately, they succeeded in getting the resolution overturned. That fall, Titan Games found a certain Swedish investor willing to provide the studio with 1 million euros to settle the debts and 3 million euros for the development of Viking City Builder as part of a publishing partnership. Playway blocked the deal, calling its terms unfavorable. Allegedly, the investor planned to take 60 to 70% of the game's revenue, leaving Playway with almost nothing. On November 30th, Titan Games released their VR game. The game was commercially successful, which I don't think it was personally, but that's what they say, sure. Despite this, the studio did not manage to repay Playway's loans by December 31st. After several disputes, in September 2024, Titan Games and Playway reached an agreement. Playway forgave the studio's debt, just fucking wild by the way, which with interest had grown to 4.4 million zloty, or about $1.14 million, in exchange for taking over the rights to Viking City Builder. They also secured the transfer of further development of the game to Precedent Studio, the creators of Crime Scene Cleaner. That's why it gets fuck investors and publishers. Here's really the issue that they made, okay? Because if you want to avoid all the bullshit that comes after this, the biggest issue was taking loans. They should have, when they sold 43.47% of its shares, calculated that this would be enough to build a prototype and to get publishing agreement. Taking the loan is not necessarily bad either, but they thought this would be enough to build their games. They undersold it. I'm sorry. I know what Viking City Builder looked like and what its promise was to be. Good budgeting would have prevented this problem entirely. And all of the rest of the fallout and bullshit that they had with it would not have happened if they had properly budgeted in the first place. Making 2 games for $880,000? No. No. Of course that's not happening, especially when they're both 3D games and one of them is an entire city builder with like a 2 to 3 year development cycle. This is a fucking pittance for that kind of game. It's just bad management that leads to stuff like this. If you have the capacity to develop your prototype or your vertical slice, which is even harder, without the need for this funding, great. Most studios do not have that. This was not the mistake, and this was not the mistake. The mistake was realizing that this wouldn't be enough money. Maybe that's the clue here, splitting the Twitch category into game development, product development. I don't know, this category doesn't really get any notice anyway. Yeah, that'll work. That looks acceptable. Looks better than just this. And we can just do that for each section. The lesson is simple with this though. It's just I have friends who tried to start their own studios too, and they did what we all know that you shouldn't do. They pay $100, they get a Steam page, right? And they flood the Steam page with screenshots of mocked up gameplay. So they will just, you know, put characters in poses, throw some assets from packs into the background, and add some particle effects, add some post-processing, and say that this is the game screenshot. And this is before anything in the game is even made. And I know that because, you know, these were like friends, these were colleagues. They showed me what they had in the game. Yeah, asset showcase. Yeah, it's pretty much exactly that. And then they try to go and pitch that to a publisher. Or they go and try to look for funding from an investor. And in a lot of cases, this doesn't work. But in some cases, it does. But then you're sitting there with money and this plan that you have given to a publisher or to an investor with absolutely no amount of work done ahead of time for the business plan, or when you plan to release, your production, your milestones, who you need to help you, how much that's going to cost you, what each of the levels is going to look like. Any of this. They've put the cart way before the horse. They haven't even designed the horse. They don't even know what a horse looks like, but they've built the cart. That's the wrong way to do it. And it might be a very fast way to get money from people that either just like throw money out at everything, or you are really good at lying or convincing them. But at the end of the day, you won't be able to deliver on that. And that's going to bite you in the ass, either through bankruptcy, through repaying loans in some, if you take loans, or just having, you know, a tarnished reputation. Basically, people are going to remember that this company that you started has this history to it, and now when you try to go and maybe, let's say you try to do things correctly, well, now you have that reputation of being somebody who lied to investors or publishers to get a quick buck. And I've never known a studio like that to succeed after having that reputation. I'm not saying the way that I'm doing it is correct, but at least I want to be known by publishers and investors as, when I show you something, when I have something to pitch to you, what you're seeing is gameplay. It may not be genre defining, it may not be great, but at least what you see is what you get. And at the very least, you can trust what I'm saying. And I think that in the long run, that is going to be better. Even if the short term sucks ass. Crusader, you're just, how many times have you said lies today? Is this just the day that you deny everything that happens? To me, that equals being a criminal. Yeah, I kind of agree. I like, it's not something I would ever consider doing either, so I'm fully on board with what you're saying. Like, you didn't approach me with any desire to make something real or to have an honest, transparent discussion, so I have no desire to speak with you. And I can say from experience, publishers are very okay with you saying, I don't know. As long as they feel like you're telling the truth. You know, you have a ticket. They'll listen to you. If you legitimately say, look, you know, right now we think we need 2 writers, we might need 3, but we don't know for sure. We'll know more after we build the vertical slice and have a more accurate word count. Be like, yeah, that makes sense. Fair enough. But if you just say, we definitely only need 2 writers, therefore this budget will not increase on the writing front. Nah, man. They've been through the ringer enough to know that that's absolutely not true. Yes. Game dev is hard, isn't it? I don't know if I like the line break there. Markdown kind of sucks. Level 2. What's on level 2? Habitat, hydroponics, medical, gym, cafeteria, oxygen generators, and air scrubbing. Most of those are going to be visual only. Thankfully for us. Do hazards. What do we got? Toxic smoke. It's not very nice. Very unfriendly. Can we talk about game design? It's so much more enjoyable than talking about business. Business kind of sucks. Business is what drives success, yeah. But it's more fun to talk about game design, isn't it? Okay, level 3. You should probably write down too that the platforming from bottom to top, the first level that the player plays at the bottom of the list. You know, maybe we could switch the list around. Once it's built, let's switch the list around so it goes from 6 to 0. So you read it in order of what you experience. I think that'll just be a much more friendly from a reader's perspective. $45.75. It's a long level. Visuals. Hazards. Platforms. Oh yeah, we have two options for this. We don't know which one to choose yet. Looks good. Yeah, I don't think we missed anything there. Hold on, though. I do want to remove the line. Not this one. There's another one somewhere. There it is. Okay. Level 4. Rare Earth Element Mining Gallery R&D. That should be a fun one to make. A difficult one to make, but a fun one. I think that'll end up being more than 20 to 40 minutes as well. Okay, hazards is just the hallucinogenic gases. Platforms, we just have moving and bouncing. I didn't really write anything descriptive about those. I don't know what that lab is going to look like yet. We'll have to get, ideally if we can get something out in early access, we can start to pump some money that we make back into concept art for the other areas, which I think will help any modelers on the team. Just give us a better visuals for what exactly we're trying to make. Don't do that. Okay, extra notes, more puzzle-focused area rather than having explicit hazardous challenges or falls to significantly set the player back. Level 4 done. 2 left. Just 2. I'll have to leave. A little bit sooner than usual today because I gotta buy Christmas presents. Only gonna be like maximum, I don't know. I might do it in like 20 minutes. One sec. Falling in them may cancel progression in that area, but not overall. Falling in the main shaft is the most dangerous to progress, but the optional checkpoint system will mitigate lost time for casuals. Should say optionally toggleable. Replying to Casper. Optionally toggleable checkpoint system will mitigate lost time for casuals who enable it. We're just talking about the design of this game and how we feel about it. I like this cryo storage too. This place sounds pretty fun. Super high ceilings. Cargo crates stacked and falling over because of the tremor. And I can imagine like a really nice blue ambient light coming in from the spilled cryo, you know, the spilled liquid oxygen from below. Should look really, really awesome. I mean, if we can prove that the gameplay is relatively fun with like a quick 20-30 minute section, I think it would be a very easy pitch to get concept art for the other areas, and we get a better picture of it all. After that, wouldn't we? Are we? Thanks, Rexy. You're gonna have a fun time with this game, I can tell you that. Some pretty cool materials and visual effects. Yeah, like, you know, think of like the player's exosuit, right? Will have the ablative, which protects against the solar radiation. And how I want it to work is like this, this white magnetic powder that once you slap in a new cartridge, it like quickly moves up your suit and then adheres to it all at once. And I guess we could do a really cool visual effect too for when the ablative is getting consumed by the solar radiation, like it's flaking off or something and disintegrating. That could look pretty sweet. Was level 3 the one with the interesting level design, or 2? It was... Yeah, not 3. That shouldn't be there. As long as it's not square. It shouldn't be. Hey, the good news is, if we need to adhere something to the player's mesh, you know, this should be... We could probably get away with like an overlay material or something with Niagara. I don't know. We'll worry about that when the time comes to it. We gotta get sketched out what this entire prototype will look like and what we need to show off in... We'll get there. We'll get there. Cart meet horse. Horse meet cart. Horse comes first. Fabian, how you doing, man? Happy Thursday. Yeah, easy to medium is probably pretty good for that. Visuals. That's a pretty easy one to imagine in my mind. Hazards, heat, haze, smoke, molten metal, rock, and mud. Well, and probably lava too, right? Which is, of course, just molten rock. Is this a game design document? It is a design document. It is not the core, like, main GDD as you would imagine it. But it is one. And right now I just want to get it like in here. And then we can tweak it and organize it a bit better as we go. Personally, I think repairing the geothermal power plants is a lot more interesting than repairing broken pipes in water synthesis. And rather than have 2 facilities to repair in the first area, and then we never repeat that again, it's always just 1 facility. I think we just delete that one. That one can go bye-bye. Plus, we already have, like, repairing pipes and other ones that are more interesting anyway. And so now they'll be more unique. That was weak design in the first place. Okay, markdown annoyances aside, I'm pretty happy with that. Let's rearrange it so that it is level 6 to level 0 and not level 0 to level 6.
FBI, open up!
Because that is confusing. I'll just do it here and copy it back over. We will do this. Where's my synchronized vertical scrolling? copy over. Restore default zoom. And let's go here. Level 6. Ask ChatGPT to make the design docs like a good boy. The LMS. I think it's like getting, you know, an LLM to code or something, right? Where if you know what should be the expected output, I think that's great. And I do. But I'd rather have the practice of doing it myself again. If I get too rusty with making good design document organization, then I'll never remember what the right way to do it is. Make it 20% cooler in Lovecraftian style. If we had the artistic capabilities to nail something in Lovecraftian style, I think that'd be pretty awesome. Not sure we have that just yet, though. That's pretty funny for comments. And I've tried using LLMs to do design before just to see how good it is, and like, okay, you're about as good as a junior designer. Oh, I don't know. That could work. As the player is platforming from the bottom of the facility, going to the top, the levels of the facility start from furthest down and move up. That's why this begins with level 6 and finishes with level 0. Alright, I think that's pretty good to have here. I will have to post the one sheet. That'd be good to throw somewhere, though. Getting like a U-track version of my one shoot would be really nice. I mean, for the time being, just plop it in the one shoot would be a good start. A lot of work to do this. That'll have our summary and gameplay outline. The gameplay synopsis and lore I've already posted to our channel. Selling points we included. Pillars are still a work in progress. Percentages we would throw into a larger GDD. Focuses are really just for a large GDD. Level overview we have, so everything up until here. Piping and wiring is more like just a kind of low-level design lore kind of thing. That can be worked out later. Resources needs to be a separate document of its own. We can throw those into separate documents now and just paste in what we have and then go back and touch them up. Let's do that for the sake of having it. Health, radiation ablative, hydrogen, warp charge, building components, oxygen. Wait, yeah, that's correct. Just throw that in for now. Move on. We'll decide what we want to touch up from gameplay first and what we would like to just prototype, because that'll give us the, a better answer. Okay. I mean, you guys know me, right? Like, I would never just let this be the design document. I have worked with somebody whose design documents, heavy air quotes, looked exactly like this. Let's not talk about that person, though. The first time he showed him to me, I was like, oh, okay, you made some notes, nice. He's like, no, this is my design document. I'm like, huh? You mean notes, right? I'm like, what do you want me to do with this? Like, there's no info here. Like, oh, you can expand upon it. I'm like, you've given me an idea. Not design. Endings. Yeah, we need those. Like, Endings. All I'm doing right now is I'm taking my notes and I'm just copying them over to their own like sections so that I can not use this and then I can start to put it all into and refine it in here. It's just easier for me to work in this temporarily because I can just quickly add shit and then we start to move it over to separate sections that are needed. Organize it there and then expand upon it. Game modes. Okay. Game and difficulty options. Which is different than game modes. Bonk bonk. This is... Hopefully it indents that far. Yeah, we're good. I think that looks correct. Good to me. Okay, hazards would be another one. That's pretty much the last one that we need is hazards. Hazards. Do. Hazards, solar radiation. There we go. I always thought the second highest difficulty was the Nintendo one in Cyberpunk since that option got the cyber graphic on it. I don't remember what I've tried to play Cyberpunk 2077 like 3 times and I can never finish it because it gets really, really boring. I try to engage with its world and open world content, and every time it just disappoints me. She means an end. Like, the game is like, to me, it's just like, it looks beautiful. You can get the coolest screenshots with that game. And the main story is pretty damn good. But it's not an RPG. It's not a role-playing game. And the world is very surface level in depth. And that's always where I kind of get stuck. Because I remember the original marketing materials for it saying this is more of an RPG than a shooter. and your choices will have a big impact on the story. And there will be like cool faction content and reputation. And like there's just none of that in the game. And I never, the hacking was like, the hacking was cool, but it was barely expanded upon. It didn't evolve. Like the hacking and sneaking into places didn't evolve in any way. Much like you would expect or one from like an immersive sim. I don't know how to put it. Like it wasn't a great shooter and it wasn't a great RPG, but it was a decent RPG shooter. But one that they spent all the money on the visuals and marketing and none on the actual systems. Or balance. That's just my take though, not authority. I'm gonna organize the ordering of that later. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. I'm just gonna throw all of this in here. I don't even know at this point, just throw it all in, fuck it. The word difficult can convey negative associations. Good. Good, fuck the players. Yeah, we can come back and expand upon this too. Once we have some more shit written for it. We'll have some lore days where we just expand the lore. But for now, I have it all in here. I'm happy. Or in the one sheet. Yeah, this is one thing I don't like about Markdown. I think Markdown, it's really difficult to have a good visual distinction between sections, whereas something like a really well-made, Word document and template, you can do that, with much more ease. And I can tell you one thing for sure. You want to show your publisher any sort of design document, Markdown is not always really well liked by publishers. I don't know. I feel like it's really decent for technical documentation, maybe, not so much for design documentation. I don't know. Doom style namings for difficulties like baby and toddler. Didn't they change that though for the newest Doom? They removed it because they felt like it was, I don't know, not inclusive or some bullshit. PowerPoint's not bad either. There's no right or wrong way to design something. You know, it's communication. And if a PowerPoint or a stupid 5-minute video of you wearing a cape and recording yourself from different camera angles saying things is the best way to communicate what you're trying to design, by all means. There's no formula to it. Sometimes a chart's great, sometimes just a discussion is good enough. Sometimes a drawing. But at the very least, you should have like stuff written down for posterity. Like, here's what we're making, here's why we're making it, here's the reason that this mechanic is existing or the system. That's what I would recommend. Posterity. Because if a game takes like 2 to 3 years to make, you're gonna forget things, and you might get so focused and, you know, tunnel visioned into one mechanic that it's really easy just to forget why you were even, you know, what the purpose of that was in the first place. How this brings billions of coins to publisher, yeah, that too. No, I mean, in general, I think the publishers, they have already done so much market research that if you, I can say for sure, I can say this. It's not necessary to make something like a customer profile for a publisher. They do really like that you have this. Like they'll do their own customer profile and their own marketing research on their own. But if you've done this, it kind of shows that you've thought about who you're making this game for, and it saves them the time of thinking about that mentally. Now, they might disagree with that, or the market research might show something very different, but at least you can narrow down exactly who this audience is or who you're trying to make it for, and that then puts into perspective why you're making the design decisions you are. If you say something is a bit more casual because, you know, I don't want the session lengths to be too long, you can say, well, that's because my customer profile is that, you know, that millennial, the dad, they don't have a lot of time to play, they might only play a little bit per week, that kind of thing. Obviously, Co-Carnage plays a lot more than 10 hours a week, right? But I just used him as an example because he's like the chill dad. He plays games like this that, you know, RPGs and stuff like that, that respect his time. Offline Cruel Crusader. You think everything's a lie, Cruel Crusader. Maybe that's why you'll survive. Always questioning. Okay, I think that's pretty good for me today. Like I said, I do have to leave a little bit early today because I have to go do some Christmas shopping. Tomorrow, Game Awards. I don't know how long that'll take. I don't know how long were they last year? It's like two hours? 3, almost 4 hours. Let's say the most of the day tomorrow is going to be taken up by recapping the Game Awards, because we're going to have to pause it, you know, talk about some things. But I'm going to, this is going to happen at, like, I'm doing the Trump hands now. This is going to happen at like 2 a.m. for me, right? So we're going to have to wake up. I'm going to try to avoid it at all costs, avoid Twitter in the morning, and just come in here completely unadulterated by what happened. Maybe Bloodborne PC gets announced. Bloodborne 2, Divinity Original Sin 3 is probably going to be announced. So we're just going to come in and watch it fresh, and you'll get my live first time reaction to the stuff that gets shown. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be very exciting. And then I don't know what next week is going to look like, but we do need to finish KCD 2. And we might just kind of hardcore that for a few days until we finish it. And anyway, there's not much for me to do in Redlock before the holidays anyway. Like, I don't want to start prototyping the initial level before the holidays, because then it's a waste of time. So what we might do is play KCD2 a bit next week. Finish that up. We can do more design work. Like, we could touch up the design a bit, because we do need to do that. Get better pillars in place, because I'm not happy with them. And then over the holidays, I can just stay in communication with the other team members, and we can just talk. Throw out some inspirations, maybe work on a mood board together that I can then pass over to Rex, and he can say what he likes, and we'll just keep passing back and forth some mood boards and concept art until we're like, yeah, this feels good. Good. I like that idea. And then I guess what that would mean is that start of 2026, we can just start prototyping the level and just make the first level 6 of the facility. Rex can work on the beautiful corner over that time, so that we know what the game is going to look like visually. We have some really good tools to make a good looking like cavern system, which is what the first level is going to be. Because I do own something. Ooh, you guys are going to like this. I do own Mesh Blend. I do indeed. Was not cheap, and we're going to use it. So that means we can just kind of make some rocks and throw them together, and they should blend pretty well. This is before Mesh Blend, after Mesh Blend. Looks nice. No RVT for him. Let's do that. I don't know how many days it'll take to finish up KCD2. Tentatively 3. I think it'll take only 2 days maybe. And we'll just fuck around with Redlock. You know what? Let's say I think 2 days will be enough. Redlock Wednesday, day off Thursday because I have to go into a different city. And then go to stream Friday. Finish the holidays, finish the year. We're gonna have a really chill time. In 2026, we go dick deep into Redlock, as well as some immersive sim stuff. Yeah, Roblox. Yeah, Roblox development. That's exactly it, Realman. I give up. I'm making AI scam bullshit for kids. I give up. Over the holidays, I'll prepare the 2026 calendar too. And start putting in some games that we know we're going to play, like GTA 6. What are some 2026 releases? GTA 6 for sure. Like, that's an obvious one. Unemployment Simulator 2018. Deus Ex Remastered is coming out? Damn. What does that look like? Oh, is it just this? Oh yeah, I've seen that. I kind of wish it was a remake like they did with System Shock. 1 day a week for scam projects so won't actually spend scam energy in main project. Neo 3 would be fun, but I probably won't play that on stream. Crimson Desert maybe, but I'm not sure about that yet. All I know for sure is GTA 6, but that's in November, so don't have to worry about that yet. That means we can just spend the early bits of next year on our games, which we need to do. Okay, that's the plan, guys. I'm gonna get going. I got a train to catch. I will see you tomorrow for the Game Awards recap. Like I said, I'll be completely fresh because I'll have woken up and not been able to watch it live. I hope there's some great stuff. Maybe there's some cringe. Either way, we'll get some entertainment out of it. We can just chill out on Friday. So thank you for joining me on Redlock's design. We have a lot more design for it to do. I don't want to spend more than like 1 or 2 weeks maximum on the high level design initially here, especially because the gameplay itself it's not really anything crazy. A lot of lore, but you know, the gameplay is pretty self-explanatory. So yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great day. Peace. Bye-bye, guys.